legendary trucking voice Dave Nemo and the great Jimmy Mack.
Well, good morning, Nemo Nation.
Good morning.
Oh, that's kind of quick. Hey, good morning to you, Dave.
Instantaneous response.
If you are facing yourself on the Book of Face, tubing it on the tube of you, if you're making your way over to Odyssey and you have the audacity to continue with us, or go to RadioNemo.com. Go to RadioNemo.com and hit 365. Hit that little play button and get this thing rolling. Hey, if you hear my voice, you ain't got to do what I'm telling you to do. You're in the game. It is the fastest, most furious trucking show on radio. We got a full lineup. Let me make a count here, Dave. After Pastor John, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 guests today, and we're going to cap it all off at the end with Mr. Pugh, who is in Washington. Did a great interview, by the way, with our friends from Trucking with Oida. Mm-hmm. He did that on Friday, and he's actually making some time for us this morning with his leftist views. I'm totally kidding about that. Louis is going to be joining us at the end of the show. We're so thrilled to have him. Mike Gafford is going to be right before that, the Boston trucker, with his wonderful TikTok and streaming platforms, and a whole lot of people in between then, too. A lot of our friends now. We're getting a little bit of a bullpen going here, Dave, a little bit of a lineup here as well. So would you care to do the honors and take us through in order after Ramel Watley gets here? Who we got coming after that?
Well, Ramel Watley, of course, with Truck and Hustle is going to be with us at 8 o'clock Central. And then right after that, Tyson Fisher joins us from Landline. And it's interesting, there are 16 states that have rules in place so that you can't, play games with people's, your wages will be, $40 an hour and up. What does that mean, And the state of Washington now has been suing some trucking companies about not false advertising, but kind of tricky advertising in terms of what you'll make. So he's got a good coverage on that.
Who's that?
Tyson Fisher.
Okay.
Yeah, Tyson Fisher. And then Chris Maxwell joins us from the Rhode Island Trucking Association. He was back. It's been a while. He hasn't been on since January, so there are a lot of things to talk about in the state of Rhode Island, and we'll get to that. Jeremy Raymer, of course, is going to be talking about Project 61. It's weird. I hate to tell people what that 61 means. Does it bother you to even say it?
It hurts my heart a little bit, but it doesn't bother me to say it. It's urgent and it's fierce. Tell people.
61, according to the latest studies, is the average life expectancy of an over-the-road professional truck driver. That ain't right.
That ain't right. And that means that the life expectancy of the average truck driver is about 13 to 14 years less than the lifespan of the average American male, and about 17 to 18 years less than the average lifespan of the average American female. And that ain't right. Now, part of that could be fixed by getting more females behind the road. That average could actually go up if you get more females behind the road. It would actually go up with more females in the trucking industry because they would insist on the kind of amenities and health necessities that a lot of the guys out there simply say, I'm going to just get her done. I'm going to toughen up. I'm going to make it happen. That's not...
You mentioned Louis Pugh coming on in our last segment here this morning. We really appreciate that. He's in Washington. He's got a laundry list of things he's been talking about, and he's going to continue to talk about with Congress and the committees. That list has been around since I've been around.
But it's moving.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's moving. It's moving. And, you'll deal with that fly once we get to the break. It's a mosquito. Is that a fly or a mosquito?
No, that's a mosquito. We're getting him.
So we'll deal with that in a little bit here.
Death
You're not going to smack that microphone. Don't smack that microphone. People are listening. Steve is listening. Another day, another mile. Lord, I hope this Monday comes and goes without a hitch. Morning RGN. Dave, Jimmy, Dre, what's up? Hey, Madison with a T and an I. Good to see you. She's on the ones and the twos this morning. Touchdown Garris, the turtle, is going to be with us at the beginning of the show in the next half hour for Breaker Talkback. She says good morning, and Ben says good morning, RGR, and all the Road Gang members from Trappin' Trucker. And Jody Vale, good morning from Jacksonville, Florida. I'll admit it, it's too hot down here right now. And the Paranormal Pie Man says, moo. Joe J sends us a wave as well. People are joining into the chat, joining into the conversation. You can call us at 615-292-6366. That's 615-292-6366. So after Jeremy shows up, Dave,
Michael
there you
Freeze
go.
joins us, our good friend Michael Freeze. How do you talk to people now, and understand? It's kind of interesting. VMRS was instituted by TMC years ago, so that if you call a widget, and I call it a what's it, we're talking about the same thing. We don't really realize that. We can get our wires crossed, and they have been really working hard about that. Well, you've heard this term ad nauseum lately, C-suite, the C-suite. What does a C stand for?
Corporate.
It stands for chief.
No, I know.
Yeah, it stands for chief. So you got your chief executive officer, you got your CEO, your CFO, your COOs, see this, see that. Then you also have the V-suite, which is not the C-suite because it's your vice presidents. I don't know. I think Toot Suite is what we ought to get to.
Yeah, I think, and by the way, speaking of that, you could see Dick drive, you could see Jane drive, you could see Jane run. Okay, you get the idea. Mark Brune is going to be here.
Mark Brune is going to join us for Mentor Mentee. The word mentor, and I think everybody by this time knows because we've talked about mentorship over 50 years that I've been around in this industry. And, the whole idea of the word mentor kind of gradually creeped into the trucking world. Mentor was a guy in Homer's Odyssey. And he was a fellow who basically counseled and helped Telemachus. And
how could we forget Telemachus, inventor of the television set?
Yeah, exactly. And so we got something that goes back to ancient Greece. And we're still talking about it today. So it's pretty much very worthwhile.
I don't know if you know this, but Mentor had a ship.
I did not know he had a ship.
Mentorship. Sorry.
You got me.
Sorry.
All right.
Jamie Jones, the managing editor of Landline, is going to be here after Mark Brune shuffles off his radio platformed coil. Mike Roth, of course.
She's on vacation.
She's on vacation. She's doing a report.
She's going to join us anyway.
She might. There's a good chance she joins us down here.
Oh, that would be so
On
awesome.
July 23rd, as many of you already know, our good friend Diver Driver, our good friend Marshall Platter, our good friend Junker is on his way down here. Junker's going to be here at the party as well. You are invited, even at this late hour. Just let us know at weekends@radionemo.com that you, in fact, are going to be here for the party, and we will welcome you home like the prodigal son, which means we'll race madly from the house to embrace you. If you feel uncomfortable, too bad. You made a choice to come here. We have a special edition, by the way, of Canada Calling. We had a lot to talk about last week. We didn't get to a lot of it last week. We will continue the conversation about all the stakeholders and shareholders in Canada meeting that since there are tightening issues on the border, Canada's decided to loosen up its own provincial borders, and they're discussing how that impacts trucking and the movement of commerce and goods. And so Jim and Joanne will be back again, still trying to figure out a way to get them on a more regular basis. They're every other week right now, still trying to figure out where we can fit them in to have them drop in more and more and more, because we have so many loyal Canadian listeners. We want to make sure, and by the way, we are interconnected. No matter how many barriers you put up, no matter how many tariffs you smack down, we still have the biggest border in the world. And you got to do business with your neighbors at some point. Because if you don't, we all know what it's like when you have a neighbor that you don't interact with at all. Paranormal Pie Man, we wish you could come to the party too, but his birthday is the next day. But the company doesn't go to Louisiana. Sorry about that, brother. We'll figure out some time. And as I told you guys, Mike Gaffin, the Boston trucker, and then Louis Pugh will close out a very full docket on Nemo Nation here on YouTube, here on Facebook, here on Odyssey, here on iHeart, everywhere, omnipresent, and more platforms on the way. As soon as we get some stuff straightened out, we'll be making appearances on LinkedIn, on X. There are other places we are headed, plus eventually Spotify and a whole bunch of other stuff as well, too. Chowder says, good morning to all. Chowder in Mandan, North Dakota, trying to get loaded at Cloverdale, getting pig noses and chicken feet. Okay. Hot dogs going to San Antonio.
Yeah,
There's another way of phrasing that, too. Maybe you've heard the other phrasing for that, though? lips and a-holes.
Oh,
Yeah, that's always that one too.
Yeah.
Always really comfortable thought, by the way. More people are coming in into the conversation. Oh, by the way, Paranormal Pieman says, I'm picking up gelatinous bears. I got a great bear story for you, by the way, on a sports report. They actually canceled, I kid you not, they canceled a Japanese women's golf tournament because on the first tee, there was a bear the morning of tee time. And they were so concerned for the safety of everybody involved. They're like, we're just not going to have a little golf tournament today till we find that bear. There's a bear wandering around the golf tournament over in Japan. How's that for interesting?
I didn't know they had bears in Japan.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's like they have bears.
That's interesting. I did not know
You
that.
know, they don't, it's funny, too.
I've never heard the term Japanese bear ever in my life.
Hey, can somebody get on top of that, by the way? Somebody look up Japanese bear for us. If
I
you're
can look it
listening,
up.
you can do it. Let's get somebody looking up Japanese bear, by the way. Your good friend Chris Maxwell, when he gets here, he's going to be talking about truck tolls, a million-mile celebration, and he's got all the Rhode Island trucking news. As you said before, he hasn't been here in a while, and the notes that he sent us, he's got a lot of stuff to talk about. Today, by the way, let's all give a shout-out to truckdown.com because they are the ones who support National Day Of. If you want to join the celebration, you got to get yourself back on the road. Getting back on the road means going to truckdown.com, and downloading their app. If you download their app, you, in fact, will hook yourself up with providers across the 50 states and 8 of the 10 provinces. Go to truckdown.com and join the celebration. Today is National Junk Food Day.
Is it really?
It is really National Junk Food Day. And, with Jeremy coming on the show, I'm not a big fan of, saying, go out and eat junk food and you're on. But there is some interesting stuff about junk food that people don't know. You could make a case that the first fast food restaurant actually is at the Tommy Field Market in Oldham, England in 1860. It's a fish and chip shop. Where was the first automat?
Oh, I know that was it in Edison, New Jersey?
Correct for America, but America is not the first place where the automat happens.
Oh, okay.
It's German. Of course it is.
Oh, automat, of course.
Of course it is. Of course it's German. Of course you get something called the the automat, and of course it's also incredibly efficient and designed for an industrialized nation. Perfect. What's your favorite fast food, by the way, Dave?
Junk food and fast food are two different things. So junk food is you buy it off the shelf at a C-store, right? Fast food, you drive up to the window.
Right.
Man, oh man. I had a Dave's single from Wendy's the other day, and I thought it was really good.
I will tell you, as Tara, but wait,
Some bias there.
No, but here's the thing. But Tara and I will tell you, when we go on road trips, I mean, we don't even negotiate anymore. It's like, we're going to go to Wendy's. We agree on it. It's really, really good. You can't help yourself, can you? You maniac. Dave was playing with ice. Yeah, Wendy's is kind of my go-to. It's because everybody agrees on it. Everybody kind of at the end of the day goes, yeah, Wendy's will do. You'll do the same thing.
It's kind of weird. When you and I travel together, we usually stop at Wendy's when we're, from the airport to the place.
Everybody agrees.
Yeah.
Everybody, it's just so easy. It's just easy, I mean, oh, by the way, our good friend Chowder, he caught the reference. The lips and a-hole thing that I was talking about, that he was trying to keep it clean, but that line is actually in the movie The Great Outdoors with John Candy and Dan Aykroyd. Have you seen that?
I have not.
The guy have you seen that, Madison? Have you seen that, Trey? The Great Outdoors? There's a scene where they're in a steak restaurant, and if you finish their supercalifragilisticexpialidocious sized porterhouse, everybody eats for free. So John Candy eats the thing, and he's wiped out. And he goes, okay, so we all get the steak for free. And the guy at the table goes, I still see a lot of gristle on that blade. Brutal. You had something in your mind. What were you going to say?
Well, I was just going to ask you what you want to know about the Japanese black bear.
Tell us about the Japanese black bear.
It's a subspecies of the Asian black bear, primarily found in the islands of, I'm not even going to try to pronounce
Honshu.
that, Honshu and Shikoku.
Japanese actually is easy in regards to pronunciation. It's recognizing the symbols that's hard, but if they give you the way it's spelled, it's said exactly the way it's spelled. Like Ichiro Suzuki, is spelled exactly the way you think it is.
Unlike French,
Unlike French. You know what Steve Martin's problem with
where
the French?
O is spelled EAUX.
But by the way, you know what Steve Martin's problem with the French is? He doesn't trust them because they have a different word for everything. Yeah. 615-292-6366.
Is our phone number, and you can call us.
You're never going to get this. You've been listening to this forever. You're never going to get this.
Self-aggrandizement is not my deal. Madison, one thing you did not mention, though, is that there are about 10,000 black
I
bears.
was going to say that.
Yeah.
Yes, they're dying. They're dying.
Yeah, but aren't we all?
Yes, slowly.
And the inside.
In our breathing.
Every second.
It's Nemo Nation. We're going to take a quick break here to make sure that the good pastor gets his word in. Before that, we're going to have the pledge of the national anthem. I'm going to keep on repeating myself until next week when we actually have social media that promotes this. If you have a group of school children, if you have a little league team, if there's a great group of kids that you teach an art class to, if you are the head of a Girl Scout troop or a Boy Scout troop or a scouting troop or Weeblos or Future Farmers of America, and you want to record them saying the national anthem and then send it to us, we will clean it up and we will make it part of the programming here and give them the shout out they so richly deserve. And speaking of what you so richly deserve, without further ado or don't, Madison, take us away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked away, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Monday. Hey, good morning. This is Monday. I want you to think about something today as you journey and get back out there on the road. Colossians 3:15 says, let the peace of Christ rule in your hearts, to which indeed you are called in one body, and be thankful. You know what Paul just told the Colossians? He says, your heart should always be a heart set on giving your best. So I want you to think about this. Am I giving my best in this industry? Am I giving my best with this load? Am I giving my best with the relationships that I have? See, because when it's all said and done, God is going to judge you as well as me on how we treated everything that he has put in our possession and our path. So be careful, encourage, love, and I promise you, you will enjoy this Monday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Hey man, be careful, encourage, love. By the way, sometimes the pastor sounds like Barry White, doesn't he?
It's Monday.
Monday. Stay here, man. Stay here with me. Hey, guys, welcome back to Mondays here on Nemo Nation. Your one-stop shop for everything that happened last week, everything that's happening this week, and where you can go to find it. That's the format. That's the game that we play here. We don't engage in long soliloquies or monologues after the first hour or so. We let the guests talk. We don't prove to them how smart we are, and we don't do the show to listen to ourselves bloviate. We leave that for other skilled operators in the space. We actually bring these folks on in rapid fire succession with the hopes that you guys get all the information you need to start your week off. Our good friend Junker is on the move, waiting for dispatch to fill him in. He's on his way down to the big party here. Chef Marty showed up yesterday, and he actually made brisket, mac, and cheese. Brisket, Jimmy Mac and cheese. I saw it in the skillet pan. Made it at Brad Bentley's house. So we never got a chance to finish that story, right?
Yeah.
So Brad thought it'd be real fun. He said, well, rather than make it here at the Degas house, why don't you come over to my place and make it? And Brad provided him a couple of cast iron skillets, and so he came back over to the Degas house last night with brisket, Jimmy Mac and cheese. And then they played the song for me, which is the source of deep embarrassment and bizarreness. But there it is. So I didn't get a chance to sample it. We'll get a chance to sample a little bit of that over the next couple of days. I'm excited about that. I'm also excited about the fact that after Tara Garris, touchdown, Turtle Garris joins us at 7:30 in the center, 8:30 in the east. Ramel Watley, Tyson Fisher, Chris Maxwell, Jeremy Raymer, Michael Fries, Mark Brune, Jamie Jones, Mike Roth, Jim Park and Joanne Ritchie, Mike Gaffin, and Louis Pugh will be the new members and the new citizens of Nemo Nation, like all of you guys are over there on the Tube of You, on the Book of Face, and all across the country where you are listening on iHeart and Odyssey and all the other platforms in which we appear, including RadioNemo.com. Hit that button. Keep on playing. Keep on subscribing. The numbers are still growing. I am encouraged and hopeful about that as well. How was your weekend?
It was really good. The band played Friday night. It was Amy's birthday. Had a great night. So yeah.
Did you get some videos? Get some content?
I don't know if we have videos of this past weekend or not.
Madison, would you do me a favor and look at me, and together we can both just deeply sigh on three. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Tara comes in on Wednesday, and I do have some videos from Rock and Bowl, last weekend, and I don't know how to get it off of Cheryl's phone to her, but she knows how to do that.
Well, and we have some really great video of you that got a lot of looks of you, like doing radio hosting by day and a little bit of percussion work by night.
That was the Logical Song.
Yeah, you were playing the Logical Song. Now, we couldn't play the Logical Song because of copyright considerations, but we could play you with music underneath it on all the different... How many percussion...
8 different things in that song.
What do you use in it?
Well, you start off with castanets, then you go to a shaker, that kind of shaker. Then you go to triangle. Then you start woodblock. You start off with castanets, then you go to woodblock, then you go to the triangle, then you go to what else is in that bag? That's weird. I can do it, but I can't tell you what it is.
No, of course not, because you actually know the song isn't playing to keep you on tempo and keep you on the move. I
end off with a cowbell.
End up with a cowbell, because as your daughter has often said, we need more cowbell. As Christopher Walken has often said, we need more cowbell. Our good friend Tara is going to be up here in a minute, but the phone lines are open at 615-292-6366. We want you to jump in the conversation and let us know what's going on. Our good friend, the Grumpy Pete, is in the conversation over on the chat. Good morning to you, Dean Croak. A lot of great content over on his pages, both on the Gram of Insta and the Book of Face. That man has got a lot of folks following him, and I don't blame him. That content is pretty extraordinary. When we talk to Tyson Fisher, there's a lot of stories to dig into. It's coming fast and furious in the trucking field. Those 9 points of that, trucker safety, all of that stuff that's playing through there, that Louis Pugh will be once again kind of advancing the ball downfield. This really is, by the way, the Trump administration has staked its reputation on this. It has put this at the forefront with Secretary Duffy. They've said this is going to happen, so this is the thing. When they get to next year's midterms, they might have a really strong weapon to point to, say, look, guys, we delivered for you, so keep us in charge of the house. Or the other side can say, hey, man, promises made, promises failed to deliver. We'll see how it plays itself out. It's going to be really interesting. Louis going to keep the pressure on him to make sure that it does happen. And we'll be talking to him in the final half hour about that and much, much more here on Nemo Nation. I'm really excited about this party because one of the other things that's happening is that you're playing. Have you figured out with the band yet what it is you're going to be playing?
No, haven't heard from them,
But you saw the list I sent you.
Yeah.
I sent you a playlist, and they sent you the options of the songs you can play. Which one are you gravitating towards?
I don't know. I'll have to figure that one out.
Yeah, it's really interesting, guys. The band sent us a playlist, a comprehensive playlist of what they're going to be playing, and they've actually kind of singled out about 4 or 5 songs that Dave can choose from that are really interesting. It's funny because the only requirement of any song that this band plays is that a woman sing the lead and that it have some kind of witchy or magical kind of foundational thing to it. 70s, 80s, 90s. A lot of great music, a lot of very familiar hits, but there's always got to be something in it that suggests the name of the band, The Coven. So it's a bunch of, voodoo witches down in New Orleans kind of summoning up the spirit for the party that we're going to be having over here. We hope you guys will join us. If you can make it, please go to weekends@radionemo.com and sign on for there. And when Tara comes on, I do want to talk about something interesting that you found about the rise of the shopping bag, which is really cool. You've only got about 30 seconds here. You can't unpack that yet. We'll start off with that when we come back on the other side. But this is really groovy, right? To the point where this stuff is in the Smithsonian now, correct?
I was looking for something, found something else, but it really plays to what Ramel Watley and we will be talking about in terms of the gig economy. Shopping bags and the gig economy. A little history.
All right, we'll be back after this break. Hey, guys, give us a call. Don't forget Tara can also join us there. If Madison would be so kind as to bring up some music for us, we can make our way to the other side of this break. By the way, guys, go to ShadyRays.com. They got a great lost and broken protection program, great customer service. Most importantly, they've got your back at ShadyRays.com.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
And we're back with more Nemo Nation live on RadioNemo.com, iHeartRadio, and streaming on YouTube and Facebook. Take it away, guys.
So let's unpack this as we welcome our good friend, the touchdown turtle, Tara Garris, into the conversation. Good morning, T. How you doing?
Good morning. How are you guys?
We are fine. Give us a second here, because Dave's got something really cool to unpack here. Just a brief moment we want to kind of take before Ramel gets here. I think you'll find this really cool. Dave was talking about it this morning. Give me the Reader's Digest version of this, Dave.
Okay, well, the gig economy, we're going to be talking about that a lot, of course, in coming months and years, I guess. But in the trucking industry, it kind of really started off with smaller vehicles, delivering food and things like that, DoorDash, Grubhub, and things like that. Now, delivery, store delivery. Back in 1837, there was a store that opened in Brooklyn, New York called Matthews Department Store, and their advertisements always included the line, "Daily delivery to Long Island." They also had S&H green stamps, which is pretty interesting. I didn't know they went back that far. Okay, so back in the 1800s and the early 20th century, department stores, you had your regular stores that I would go to, and then you had your highfalutin stores. They all had delivery because rich people didn't want to have to go to the store. They wanted it delivered. Well, the stores got kind of tired of this, so they came up with the idea of designing shopping bags. And Bloomingdale's had a bag. They had one with a gloved hand, an umbrella, a rose, that sort of thing, a big red bee on the back. In other words, shopping bags became status symbols. So these people who went into Bloomingdale's and Macy's and all of these big stores, they would come out with those bags, and people would say, "Oh, she shops at Bloomingdale's," and that sort of thing. By the 1970s, well, in the 60s, 1963, Bloomingdale's gave away 3 million bags. One store. That's a lot of bags. What happened was by the 1970s, the rate of shoplifting increased so much that they had to do away with bags. So if you want to see some of these bags, and you know where you can go, Tara? There's a place you can go to see them.
Where's that, Dave?
The Smithsonian Institution.
All 3 million of them.
All 3 million bags, yeah.
But they have them. And by the way, really quickly, I don't know if you know this, Tara, I make the joke about old white men who won't drink water. I make that gag all the time. I'm actually going to stand up for those old white men who don't drink water. Do you know the reason why crime rates spiked so terribly in the 70s and throughout the 80s? Lead. One of the big theories that was lead poisoning was that millions of American children were poisoned by bad water drinking supplies in the late 40s and 50s.
I mean, I don't know about the lead, but I didn't know.
There's 5 theories about why crime, and by the way, I hate to break the bad news. I know that everybody who gets old says, crime has never been worse than it is right now. That's not true. All you have to do is really think about not how your parents protected you, but what the world was actually around you like in the 1970s to understand it was bad. You remember that in New Orleans, like last person in town turned the lights off?
You know, in New Orleans is one thing, but Nashville is another, because what they call Lower Broadway Street that leads down to the river in Nashville. It's where Tootsie's Orchid Lounge is. Lindsay performed there quite a bit.
Right.
Robert's Western World, all of those storefronts that are now honky-tonk bar rooms. That place used to be really dangerous. You would not go down there at night.
Right,
I mean,
and it's like,
horrible.
I mean, there are neighborhoods, we went and got pizza last night after doing some stuff around here and working with Chef Marty for a little bit. We went and got pizza in a neighborhood. I never would have gotten pizza in 25 years ago in New Orleans. I never would have gone to that neighborhood and gotten pizza. I'd have been like, you out of your mind? And now it's like, we're going to walk down the block, get a little fresh air, walk this pizza off. Had a buffalo chicken pizza, by the way. So good. Ooh. So good. So good.
When I was in high school in the 60s, worked on the river and worked a 4 to midnight shift. And if there was work to do, we did it. A lot of times we stayed till 7. And, but if there was nothing to do, the foreman would let us ease off 1 or 2 at a time. So my friend and I used to go home. We'd shower, stop at the drugstore, put on some cologne, and head down to the French Quarter, park on the darkest alley we could find for free, and go up and walk up and down on Bourbon, go to Tony's Chicago-style pizza, get a pie.
Or Mama Rosa's.
Look in the doors of the strip clubs when the barker opened the door. You could, get a peek and all that kind of stuff. You listen to listening to some jazz there, but never thought about safety once. The French Quarter was like unbelievably safe.
They locked it down.
Back
Yeah,
in those
it was
days.
a jewel.
Yeah.
And then in the 70s, it wasn't.
Exactly.
And then in the 70s, it wasn't.
was not.
And there's an argument that a lot of those kids grew up with lead poisoning, and when they grew up with lead poisoning, that was the party. Because you had all these people born with birth defects, people born, like I said, there has been a precipitous drop-off in crime. There's a reason why there's a movie tower called Fort Apache, the Bronx. It's like the Bronx was, the Bronx used to be a running joke. That it was basically just like Escape from New York. That it was essentially like the most awful place you Matter of fact, 1980, there's a movie called The Most Dangerous Year. Most Violent Year. The Most Violent Year. And 1980 is the second most violent year in United States history after 1870. You can't count the wars. You can't count the Civil War. That's a different kind of violence. But in regards to pure...
You guys are talking about, like, public safety, like, out in... No, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
But, like, I always think back to, like, safety within your own house. So, like, just, like, growing up, we always locked our doors. But in my dad's hometown, like, nobody locked their doors. People they just don't do that there. What kind of household did you guys grow up in with locked doors?
We didn't lock our doors because we lived in Fortress Lakeview, was the great joke they used to call it in New Orleans.
Yeah.
We lived in a Lakeview that was so heavily police patrolled because they actually paid for the overtime hours. The community was rich enough to not rich enough, but I guess they figured they would do that. There were people who still lived in New Orleans, and everybody's got that experience. The big change, I think, in regards to people locking their doors I keep saying this, man. It is equally. I was trying to tell this to John Maley too. He's complaining about the cities, and I said, dude, it ain't the cities that are the more dangerous thing. Ask the truck drivers. There's that danger that always goes in the cities. It's been in the countryside that we've seen the rise of this kind of stuff, and it's because people go where the money is. So you get out there, Tara. These people have nice houses. They live in these McMansions. They live in nice places like Franklin. They do that, and it's like, well, I'm going to go out there where that money is. You know what I'm saying? Because there's not a big police presence. There's a lot of cities that have a big police presence. They really do. This isn't about attacking the countryside. It isn't country folks that are doing this. It's criminals. It's just straight up, it's where the criminals are. It's really neato mosquito. We got to get to Tara, Dave.
If it was lead in the 70s, is it methamphetamines now?
That's exactly it, dude.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. And the people in the country back in the 70s and 80s had clean water.
Yeah.
Straight up clean water. The
Now
water
they have
wasn't
meth water.
Now, meth water. Have you read that book, Methland?
No.
Ooh, that's a rough
Yeah.
book, man. That's a
Yeah.
rough book. There's a great story in there about a sheriff who actually stands up to the meth dealers. Really
I
good one.
can't believe how a Bloomingdale's shopping bag led us to this conversation, though. Terry,
Shoplifting.
How did that happen?
I have no idea, but I love the conversation of safety and all of that. Where my dad grew up, people didn't lock their doors, and all the houses looked pretty similar in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. They're very close together. And my grandparents had a drunk man that ended up on their couch. They woke up one morning, and he was just there, and, he just thought he was home. He just walked right in and went to bed, but, he wasn't home.
I came into the wrong place. Who are you people? Who let you people into my room? I get it. What is going on, Touchdown Turtle?
Well, we've had lots of comments this week, but this first one came in from a longtime listener. I thought it was very special. It says, "Morning, Dave, Snuffy and Granny. Still trucking and still listening 48 years now. Keep on trucking and see you on the radio."
Couldn't believe, and I got a picture. I gave it to Cheryl too. But Snuffy and Granny, Ron and Diane Smith. No, oh my God, I guess I've known those folks for at least 40 of my 55 years on the radio, and wonderful couple. And got a chance to hang with them a little bit at Matt's this past Matt's.
That's like dedication. For 48 years, and just like sit with that. That's so. Dave, you would understand that with the 55, but of course I've never done anything for that long.
I know people who aren't 48 years old.
Exactly.
I know, right?
But we also got a comment
just staring
from
at me.
Cyber. Jim's like, what is going on here? But we got a comment on YouTube from Cybersecurity Trucker who commented, "Excited for this new chapter." And we've been full-fledged in this new chapter now for quite some time, and we're kind of getting the groove of things. So you guys are getting the hang of it. I mean, it's a different format. It's some of the same elements from previous, but how is it going for you guys on your end? How do you feel about this new format?
I'm getting used to it, and or as my little brother would have said, used of it. And I'm starting to really, it takes a while to turn an aircraft carrier. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what we did, because this is not radio.
Yeah, Dave had that insight there. It's really interesting insight, and we'll get to that in a second here. It's one of the things that's been so strange for us. Has been, how do I put this? We had so many responsibilities at SiriusXM that we weren't aware of, if that makes any sense. There were things that we were doing that was helping the channel more than it was helping us. And so one of the things we've been doing here is figuring out how do we best promote our platform. How do we best promote our platform? How do we make that happen? And so kind of getting used to that has been a real challenge. The idea of figuring out, okay, that's what I used to do, and that helps someone else. It doesn't help me. It doesn't help advance what we want to do here. And so the biggest adjustment for me has been not so much doing more work, but getting rid of work I shouldn't be doing to do work that I should be doing, if that makes any sense.
It does.
There was promotional stuff, there was travel stuff that we were doing that I didn't realize how intertwined it was with promoting that platform, as opposed to promoting Dave, promoting Lindsay, promoting Radio Nemo. It became more about promoting SiriusXM, and kind of being liberated from that is great, but at the same time you're like, okay, so wait, what do I have to do now? And figuring that out has been really kind of cool and interesting, but it also means either relearning old skills or learning some new skills. It's been pretty groovy, though. It's been a nice process of discovery, to say the least.
It's been fun listening from this end of it and just kind of seeing how it morphed from the concept that, Jimmy, you came up with for the new format, and just seeing it kind of move into what it is now. It's been a treat to see it from this end and listen. But the next comment we have came from a Trucking Tunes Tuesday video, Dave. I texted Dave not too long ago because I was looking back through our YouTube channel, and I sorted it from oldest to newest, and I realized that Trucking Tunes Tuesday was over 3 years ago now, which is insane and boggles my mind.
That is insane.
Unreal.
That is insane.
But someone commented on one of them and said, "Where's the song?" And just as a reminder, we cannot put the music on the YouTube channel. There was never any music inside of Trucking Tunes Tuesday. You could always just click the link and listen after the story. But now you can catch tunes with Dave during Nemo's Night Beat. And Dave, do you have anything on the docket? What is coming? Can you tell listeners when they can tune into this new segment? I am so excited, and I have some feedback in the comments. So what can you tell us about what's up next on Nemo's Night Beat?
Gee, I wish there was something I could tell you about that. No, actually, tonight, tonight at 7 o'clock, the second edition of Nemo's Night Beat is tonight at 7 p.m. Central Time. 7 p.m. Central Time. We've got a great lineup of music, a little bit of fun, some trivia, a little bit of history too. I think it's not. The idea was to kind of
excited. Are you excited?
I'm loving it because it's what I do. It's what I used to do. It's what I started off to do. It's why I got into radio. Mm-hmm. So what you hear on Nemo's Night Beat tonight at 7 o'clock Central Time. On Road on RadioNemo.com, on iHeartRadio, on Odyssey, and on something else, and I can't remember
That's okay.
the other one. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. But I think the best place to go would be to RadioNemo.com. Frankly, that's the easiest, I think. And it'll be a little bit like the old Road Gang. If you remember the old Road Gang, you'll recognize this as being like, oh, that kind of sounds like the old Road Gang. And if you've never heard it before, you'll think, I don't know what this sounds like, but I like it. I think you'll like it.
There was something, he might have already lost the thread, Tara. Before we actually got to your next question, there was something you wanted to say really quickly. I was talking, you have to look at your notes. You actually were, it was something that was coming off the cuff. We were talking about the changes, having made the move from SiriusXM to here.
I was just going to quote, I was going to quote Chowder. He says, New format is way more fun, even for technology-challenged Chowda, and I think he kind of hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, and there's, like I said, there's something for everybody. That's really the big thing. That's the thing I enjoy the most about it is, we get a lot of great phone calls. Love the people that call into the show. Please keep calling. Please keep jumping in. But one of the things I love is that I am, as you probably guessed, able to kind of both talk on the show and look over at the stream and kind of comment on it on the move and on the roll. Some people, that's not a skill that comes naturally to them. They get distracted by all the shiny bells and whistles. I'm not going to name any names. Just going to point at the guilty party and whistle. But having said that, it really is fun to do that, though. It's really I love that about this. I love that we can engage with our friends out there while simultaneously kind of going through the show and doing the show. And that makes a big difference for me as well, because it really, like I said, it begins to feel more like a conversation. This show, in many ways, feels more like a conversation. And I'll tell you, Tara, this is something as I go on, which I'm proving the exact opposite. I don't know how Dave feels about it, but there's a point where you just feel like, is anybody listening? Is anybody really kind of engaged in this? You're just kind of talking out there. And as much as I talk for a living, I'm not deeply in love with the sound of my own voice, and so it's nice to see other people out there responding to what you're saying. I like listening, and I like being listened to as opposed to just talking to an empty mic and empty space, and that's really groovy. Has that been your experience, Dave?
Yeah, I think so, because back in the let's go back to not satellite radio, but AM radio. The only time you knew who was listening or if anybody was listening when a guy from out of town in a suit came down with a folder and laid out the numbers for you. And so you were kind of flying blind at any given moment.
Go on.
Oh, well, there's... Oh,
no, I'm
he's talking to you.
Yeah.
He's talking to you, T.
Well, Lisa B comment, this kind of comes to this discussion as well, but Lisa B, she's a longtime listener, but doesn't listen live, is always listening to the replay and is so excited that all of our lives, you can listen to the full replay as well on the YouTube channel. And she was listening to the full show replay on Saturday morning, and she was listening in to the show, and it was a conversation that you, Jimmy, Lindsay, and Chowda were having about technology. And she said that you guys said, "Hey Siri," and that her iPad responded, and it scared her half to death. And I relate so much because anytime I'm on here and I'm like, guys, you can listen on Alexa, and then she'll go off, and sometimes I will unplug her, but I think she's listening even when she's unplugged. That's just my opinion. But from the Nemo's Night Beat feedback from the last week's announcement, Steve F. said Dave's pulling double duty, and I have to agree. Dave, morning, night, you're kind of everywhere on Mondays, huh?
Pretty much. Monday is a busy day, but it's a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
It really is.
I love it. But double duty, night, morning, and night. But did you catch the reel that I posted not too long ago? Speaking of daytime and nighttime, of your day job versus your nighttime extracurriculars. Did you see that?
Oh, yeah, I loved it. We were just talking about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I had the concept just because Jimmy always sends me videos of you, playing the drums and doing all the different things. And I was like, you know what? There's this trend going on right now where you post your daytime job versus your nighttime job. A lot of people are teachers, but then they are bartenders at night, and they've been posting to this trend. So I thought it was a really cool way to incorporate that. But Aubrey Oden, friend of the show, left you a row of fire emojis. And Chowda said, "Love the music skills, Dave." And Dan B simply commented, "Awesome" to that reel.
Aubrey is awesome.
Aubrey is awesome. Awesome
Agreed.
lady, and a big fan of this show, and we're a big fan of what she's creating, the content that she's creating. Aubrey is a great ambassador for trucking in general as well too, and we are delighted to count her among our friends. By the way, our good friend Brad Bentley says hello to everybody out there, wants everybody to know that he is listening, and by the way, saving the day one customer at a time at the Degas House. I'm going to full out say that Brad Bentley has become a de facto ambassador for the Degas House. We're actually doing double duty. Dre jumped into the fountain, and not like the way Madison jumped into the pool. Dre jumped into the fountain to give Adrian, the housekeeper over here, a hand in getting the fountain all nice and neat and clean. I did want to add, too, that when Jeremy gets here, he's not just talking about Project 61, Jeremy Raymer, who will appear about midpoint of the show. We'll be thrilled to have him, by the way. He's going to be talking about Nothing Without Trucking for the ATA, as well as talking about Project 61, which will be really, really groovy.
You notice how things have squeezed down. It used to be America moves by truck. Okay, if you got it, a trucker brought it.
Right.
Now it's what is it again? Nothing.
It'd be really funny if I just said nothing without trucking, except all the stuff that actually is in the store that's grown there. And I've been like some long title. It's nothing without trucking.
Nothing without trucking.
Nothing without
Everything's
trucking.
getting squeezed
Oh,
down.
well, that's the idea. At some point, it's going to be move.
Yeah.
It's going to be like Teddy Roosevelt. Get action. Which would be great. By the way, Derek Schmidt, who did such a great job with the LGBTQ plus association, was here on Friday, says hello to everybody. So great to hear, Dave. Thank you, Derek, for being a part of it.
Thank you, Derek.
By the way, Paranormal Pie Man says there isn't much left on. Never, I'm not going to read that.
you don't wanna read that.
I kind of want to read that.
I do want to say that Steve wrote, though, going back to the way it used to was, and I think, Steve, that was a great lesson in, as when we were children, when you did this, it was a great lesson in patience, having patience, because Steve says, I drank out of the water hose and I survived.
Well, yeah, Steve, because you live probably in the exurbs. You didn't live in the inner city. If you drank out of that hose, man, you drank out of a fire hose and you blew off your face.
You know, have you ever, yeah, okay. What I'm saying is the patience, though, if you turn on that hose.
Do you like that, Dave? Do you
I
like
love
that? Yeah,
it.
thank you.
You gotta wait for the hot water to clear the hose, and then you drink. There's a patience component.
Speaking
to this.
of patience, someone has been patiently waiting on the phone. How's that for a transition? Who dat talking about talking to them Nemos? Who's that?
Of all people.
Morning, family.
Good morning. We
Morning.
were talking about you.
Morning, Tara
Yeah.
the Turtle. I hope you're racing
Good
along
morning.
as fast as a turtle can go on a Monday. So,
Always.
yeah, morning, Jimmy. Morning, Daddy Dave.
Good
And
morning.
my brother Dre.
Yeah. Dancing Daves are here again.
That's almost like, it's like Double D, but not Dunkin' Donuts. But,
Double duty.
that's right. I'm not really calling in much about trucking today. I just wanted to, first of all, I have to always apologize to Jimmy and Dre because I kind of blow up their phone when I'm out being chowder on the weekends.
Just a little bit.
But
I love it. I love it. It's like basically it's the great outdoors writ large. It's fantastic, Chowder. You keep them coming.
that's right. You know, that's like the second reference we've made to the great outdoors this morning. There's something kind of wrong there, and I'm no John Candy, but I'm getting that side. But you know, that's speaking of movies, that's an underrated, overappreciated movie right there. But anybody that can blow off the butt hair of a bear with a rifle lamppost at the end, that's a way to end a movie, if you ask me.
Outstanding.
But really, I was calling about is, you know, Chowder found his other kid today, and it was Saturday, but you know, it's nothing better in life than after a good day in the woods, fishing and hiking and go out Saturday with your son and your granddaughter to Storybook Island. And for those listening that's never been to Rhapsody Storybook Island, it's pretty much every Disney themed anything you can find for kids 8 and under. They walk, they ride on trains. Yeah, we turned a 1 year, 5-month-old granddaughter loose once you walk across the bridge so she don't get distracted by ducks in water, and let her go, and you just follow them. And, you know, I remember years ago when my son that's 28 now was about her age, maybe a little older, 4 maybe. I fit up in top of those wooden 3 little pig houses with the long slide a lot better than I did Saturday. But it's still fun to put your granddaughter on your lap, hearing her giggle, clear your head from the beams up above so you don't take off 4 layers of hair you don't have anymore as you go down the long twisty slide with a 1.5-year-old. It was really rejuvenating, but yet makes you feel old knowing that you're now walking with your son and your granddaughter, but having a good day for an hour and a half out there, just taking in the innocence of life of young children.
I'll tell you this, man. When you said juvenating, it sounds like, what are you doing? I'm juvenating, man. I'm going to make you laugh.
That's right.
Chowder, I'm going to make you laugh. Tom Bray jumps into the conversation, and what he says is, what's in hot dogs? Roman knows. Man, good gosh almighty, Tom Bray with the win. Movie buff.
That's right.
Movie buff and Star Wars aficionado Tom Bray is in the house.
Yeah, and I
talking.
sent you guys some pictures and a video of that I was just talking about just a few minutes ago. So when you guys have a moment, if you want to look at Chowder being a kid, there you go. I even got on the swing with the granddaughter. Okay, granted it says children under 5 only, and couldn't put my full massive girth on there, but we did go back and forth a little bit. But it was just so much fun, and I really enjoyed it. It was the second best thing to listening to RGR. Shameless pug included.
Oh, well done, sir. Well done. By the way, the first person started listening to this show 61 minutes ago, started streaming 61 minutes ago, and Project 61 is coming up soon here on the show. Chowder, we got to float you.
All right.
We love
Later,
you.
kids.
All right.
Love you.
Love you, too.
Thank you, Charlie.
By the way, anybody here know what Lindsay Lawler is singing with the Coven? Anybody here know? Lindsay Lawler's got her sheet music over to those guys. The two union musicians are learning the music as we speak. You know what it is? Zombie by the Cranberries.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Don't say it. Don't say it. With their tanks and their bombs and their bombs and their guns. Yeah, so the zombies are coming in the form of Lindsay Lawler, and the zombies are coming in the form of dead ideas are going to hit the side of the road here. We got some newfangled technologies, and we got some newfangled thinkers, the first of which is Ramel Watley. He's going to be joining us. He, of course, hashtag Truck and Hustle, not and, Truck and Hustle. Truck and Hustle, that's the name of the podcast. That's the name of the conversation. Ramel Watley will join us first, followed by Tyson Fisher, and then Chris Maxwell. All of it is part of Nemo Nation. T, you get the last word. What else you got for us before you get out of here?
Well, it's National Get Out of the Doghouse Day. My husband's not in the doghouse at this moment, but grab some flowers or coffee, guys. If you're in the doghouse, make it right. And I'm out of here, guys.
When's the last time you've been in the doghouse, Dave? Thank you, Tara. Love you.
Thank you. Love you. Bye.
Bye. When's the last time you've been in the doghouse, Dave?
You mean there's something besides the doghouse?
Yeah, there is.
I did not know that. I'll let you know.
So you're still there?
I'm in it.
Wait. That'd be a great thing to say, huh? In the doghouse since 1973.
I'm in the doghouse now.
I'm in the doghouse now. By the way, this is Nemo Nation, and I have one tip if you really want to understand Nemo Nation. We are best at 200 degrees for 20 minutes. This is important if you really want to figure out who we are and what we're all about. That's the crucial skill. Have you seen those Chuck Norris jokes? All those Chuck Norris jokes. I heard one that really made me laugh the other day, which is you know what Chuck Norris's autobiography is called? The Guinness Book of World's Records. And there's another one where Chuck Norris is talking to this kid. He goes, "How old are you, son?" And the kid goes, 11. He goes, "By the time I was 11, I was already 12." There's another one of this meme of this lion and this man in the water, and they're hugging, but they're obviously looking at something else, the lion and the man, and it says, "When you're wrestling with a lion in the lake," and Chuck Norris walks by. I love that stuff. Lots of people listening, lots of people in the conversation, lots of people jumping in. Tom Bray's there, the Paranormal Pie Man, our good friend Chowder, Derek, of course, good to see you, my brother. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the resistance, as I like to say. We've had Pastor John. We've had our good friend Touchdown Turtle, Tara Garris. Ramel Watley is next here. Hit some music for us, Madison with a T. Take us into the break, cross that T, dot that I, and get Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation to the other side of this break. We'll be right back with Ramel Watley.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. So they got you at ShadyRays.com.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
This is Nemo Nation, and you're riding shotgun once again with Dave Nemo and Jimmy Mack, live from New Orleans.
That was nicely done, huh, Dave?
That was beautifully done.
Thank you.
We are trying to get Ramel on the phone right now as we speak. If we don't get him, we're going to bump Tyson Fisher off. Speaking of Tyson Fisher, by the way, here is the lead, and then I'll give you the headline. A large trucking company owes money to job seekers in Washington State for wasting their time. It failed to include a wage scale and job post. This is the second mega carrier to settle a pay transparency lawsuit in the state. And the headline, of course, is, as Dave pointed out at the beginning of the show, another trucking giant owes applicants for vague job pay info. Another trucking giant owes applicants for vague job pay info. Social media, which is one of the ways that we are benefiting in our new platform. I mean, you know, the idea of, in the old days, if you lost a slot or changed a slot, you had to find a slot. Mm-hmm. That was it, right? I mean, that was the ball game, is you found a new place to cut a broadcast or you were done. Nowadays, it's like, well, I'm going to go make my own miracle happen. I think that one of the great benefits, and there's a lot of drawbacks as well, a lot of brutal drawbacks of this newfangled technology in this new era in regards to the interwebs and all that stuff. But one of the great benefits is, man, you screw with people, they can screw back real quick. The mob can come for you. And I think that the transparency issue is going to become more and more of an issue in trucking because truckers can talk to one another. It used to be like, you know, you could always shuffle off down the road to a new state, a new place.
Yeah.
Go ahead, go.
Okay, well, here's this. And I've said this before. But, okay, Rush Limbaugh, okay, big audience and everything. How many stations was Rush on? I don't know, 300 and something stations, right? Because they're all small stations here and there and everywhere. So if you're in Kansas, you're listening to one station. If you're in Nebraska, you listen to another. In Mississippi, blah, blah, blah. The Road Gang on AM radio late at night began social media interaction and media, broadcast media. The guys back in the day were doing the same thing that the guys on YouTube are doing right now, except that they weren't able to communicate with us, but they communicated with one another, not with a keyboard, but with a mic button on the CB. We had the only audience that talked to one another in real time during the show. And that made a huge amount of difference in terms of getting the word out about the show. Hey, I'm listening to the Road Gang with Charlie Douglas. Well, what's that? Well, just tune into 870 AM on your radio and you'll hear it. And one guy will tell that to somebody, and then he'll tell somebody else. Then he comes home and he says, oh, listen to what I heard last night from Nemo on the Road Gang or from Charlie. And then the family starts listening.
And then it gets really interesting. All of those folks suddenly know that Tyson Fisher is out there listening. He's the associate editor at Landline. And then he picks it up and then it goes back to those guys and says, hey, man, what's going on? Tell me a story so I can get to the bottom of it. Tyson Fisher joins us right now. Good morning to you, sir.
Wow.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Fantastic.
We're fine. We actually we bumped you. You came racing in like the good cavalry that you are. It's good to have you on board, brother. By the way, we never got a chance to say it, but congratulations on the promotion to associate editor of Landline Media. It's great to have you back. And we were actually, before you came on, unpacking the story about the night transportation story. And we had a question for you. Do you think this transparency issue is going to become a bigger and bigger issue because of the rapid growth of social media? That truckers are talking, man. Everybody's talking to everybody really, really quickly, which means if you're out there and you're doing something that isn't kind of floating right, they're going to get you and they're going to spread the word on you. Is that kind of your take on stuff? And also unpack the story, too, because you wrote the damn thing.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think we can all agree that social media kind of has expedited a lot of issues across all industries, and but yeah. I mean, this is one of those things to where I think there's about 14 states that have a pay transparency law, and essentially what that means is that whenever an employer posts a job, whether it's on the internet or wherever it is, they have to post a salary range. And so what we're kind of used to seeing, it's like, especially with the truck driving job, you would see, like night transportation posted, you can get paid $1,300 weekly average pay. Well, what does that average, what's that based on? Like, what is the new truck driver going to get paid? It's probably not going to be $1,300 a week, but they used to be able to get away with just saying average pay. Which is very ambiguous. It can mean a lot of things. And so what the wage transparency law says is that, well, it has to be a range, which means, so in this case, it can be like $45,000 to $60,000 annually. Or in the case for most truck driving jobs, if it's like a per mile, it's going to have to say like 55 cents to 63 cents per mile. You have to give a range, and that range has to be based on what, someone who is just getting into that job that they are about to possibly get hired for, what's the minimum and the maximum that they would get for that. And the idea here is that it prevents companies from kind of misleading what, your actual pay is going to be. And then it also allows the applicants to compare the pay that similar companies are going to get. So it's more protections for the workers to make sure that whatever the salary that they are going to get or is being posted is what they're probably actually going to get. So I think it's a great thing for workers, but unfortunately, again, I think only about 14 states have this right now.
14 states have it statewide. There are a couple of states that there are some cities that have it. I did some research after reading your article, Tyson, and I'm sure you did the same research. But yeah, it's much less than half of the states. But I wanted to ask you overall, and I get it. I get it. One of the examples you give, going back to the how much you can make, you can't say $45,000 a year and up, or up to $29 an hour. What they need to say is anywhere from $45,000 to $60,000. But I want to ask you, do you think that was purposeful in terms of causing a little confusion, or do you think it just became confusing? In other words, is it just more economical when you're doing an ad instead of reading the fine print? Just say, well, here's the general gist of what we do, and you call us and we'll give you the details.
Creating false hope is what I think.
Creating false hope. But do you think it's purposeful, though? I guess the jury thought it was purposeful.
Oh, sure. And that was definitely the case here. I mean, as far as what they thought, I think it's both. I think there are companies, maybe we can give night transportation the benefit of the doubt here and kind of say, yeah, this is on average what our drivers pay or get paid. Nothing malicious here. This is just what the average is. And so this is kind of some type of representation. It gives you an idea of what you can make. They didn't think there's anything wrong with that.
Just to get you in the door.
Right, exactly. However, I do think that there are other companies. I'm not saying night transportation is one of them, but I'm sure there are companies in states where there are no pay transparency laws that do take advantage of that lack of a law to you kind of, I don't know if misrepresentation is a great word, but to kind of like manipulate the wording to make the job sound better than what it is as far as the pay is. And so I think it's a mixed bag. I think there are some people who are just trying to give you an idea, and there are some people who are malicious about it.
Yeah, and part of, and you make the point, too, that we're giving a little bit more leeway and benefit of the doubt to those folks over at Night than we are to J.B. Hunt, which, of course, had to go $4.2 million as opposed to the $110,000. I mean, basically, this is a slap on the wrist saying, okay, this is done, this is settled, don't do this again. The other thing is, too, this lawsuit and this settlement might not have reaped big benefits for the people who were the plaintiffs, but it also kind of puts Night on notice, hey guys, we're watching. I mean, that's the other big takeaway, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. As a matter of fact, so I went back, the lawsuit was based on job posts on an app called Drive Pulse. And so I went back on that app to see if they kind of changed the wording on their job posts, and they're just not posting on there at all. Same thing with the J.B. Hunt about a year ago. J.B. Hunt got busted for the exact same thing in the exact same state by the same plaintiffs, by the way. And when I wrote that story, as a matter of fact, in the story that I have online right now, I kind of compared and contrast a J.B. Hunt post for a truck driver job in Washington State. I compare that to one in Texas, and you will see there is a difference in the description when it comes to the pay. The Texas job says average yearly gross of $90,000 per driver, whereas the Washington State Post gives you that 68 cents to 72 cents per mile, salary range. You don't get that in the Texas Post. So they are being watchful of this. And then, like I said, in states where they don't have to do it, some are not doing it. But I think the general practice for a lot of companies is that whenever they post a job, especially if it's a job like it's kind of unique with an interstate truck driver because it's not anyone can kind of apply for that job. So it's not kind of bound by state lines who can apply for that job necessarily. And so when you post those kind of jobs, I think the general rule from a legal standpoint is follow the strictest laws.
Yeah, and okay, so I'm going to ask a follow-up question here because it's a genuine question as opposed to me knowing. Is part of the argument there saying, look, you got to make sure it's consistent across the board. It is an interstate commerce job. So if you're advertising in one state as one thing and another state as another thing, then a very clever driver in Washington might say, I'm going to go apply down in Texas where the rate's better. And then be able to turn around and say, no, the ad I responded to, I realize I'm being hired in Washington, or vice versa. Like I said, I'm trying to kind of figure this, Tyson. I'm not like saying I know what I'm talking about here. Can you kind of help me on this? Is that one of the problems, too, is that they can play games and say, no, according to this application, it says this. Is that what they're concerned about, people playing games with promises in different platforms and in different areas?
Sure. And I'm not a legal expert on this, so I just want to give that caveat right there. But I think part of the law is if the job is being posted, not necessarily in a way that someone in Washington State, for example, could see or access, but I think that job post has to specifically target someone in that state. Now, if it's like a nationwide search for interstate truck driver, that would apply. But if it's for a local driver in Texas, just because you can see that in Washington State doesn't mean that you can then say, well, hey, you didn't follow the law here. It doesn't work like that exactly either.
That clarifies it. That makes a lot of sense. The idea that if the route is local or regional and is specifically targeting a certain area, I get it. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And like I said, it seems like the settlement is more about the clarification of the law than it is a big payoff for the plaintiffs.
Yeah, no, it is. And what's interesting about this is that, like I said, about a year ago, J.B. Hunt got fined like more than $4 million, and now we have this Knight case. Since these cases have been filed, in Washington State at least, the law has been amended to kind of give companies some leeway when it comes to complying with these pay transparency laws. And I think that's kind of fair because when you are a large national, sometimes multinational corporation that's just doing a mass job posting on the internet, it's kind of hard to follow this patchwork of state laws. So what Washington State is doing is saying, hey, if you are an applicant and you see a job posting that doesn't comply with this pay transparency law, you have to let the company know that they're not complying before you can file a lawsuit. And I think the law is you have to let the company know. They have a 5 business day window to correct the job posting, and then after that window, if they don't fix it, okay, you can sue them, but you have to give them the opportunity to correct their mistake. And I think we're starting to see more of that too. So it's kind of it cuts both ways, which is this is good for the workers and the applicants, so they get the information that they actually need. But on the other hand, you kind of have to be fair, to these companies, because they couldn't possibly know the law in all 50 states if it's a multi-national or multi-state company.
By the way, our good friend Tom Brad, you see his comment
I
in
did
there?
see his comment.
Which is fantastic. The other famous trucking trick was to the small print saying, quote unquote, up to, and then Tom added, including all bonuses and accessory pay that you don't get. That's another thing that we haven't even unpacked, the idea, Tyson, where they're like going, yeah, if you add in your bonuses, it's kind of like those, I know you're a football fan, so it's like those contracts these guys sign, these 3-year deals, for $15 million, but up to $80 million in incentives, and some of the incentives are insane, so
Oh, yeah, right.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, well, it's like I'm a Chiefs fan, so like Patrick Mahomes, he was known for like a $500 million contract. Well, that's if he wins the Super Bowl every single year and gets the MVP every single year. He can get $500 million. That's not what he's going to get, But yeah, to your point, yeah, you can play that same trick with some of these, job postings. And in Washington State, their way around that a little bit is, in addition to posting what the salary range is, you also have to post what the benefits are. So you can kind of see whether or not those benefits will have any effect on what the salary range is. And so there's a little protection there as well. But no, that's an excellent point, because yeah, you see that. Sports is a great example, but you see it in a lot of places too.
Well, here's another one for you. Potential for benefits.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You know that one? Benefits possible. It's like, you got to say, yeah, a lot of things are possible. You want to say benefits probable, probable cause is a good way to think about it. Tyson, we've only got about a minute left with you here, brother. What are you working on next, and what are you looking for to happen over the course of the next week that really has kind of piqued your interest?
I'm chipping away at the truck parking issue here. There's always news coming up there. One thing I'm interested in is the commercialization of rest areas. I know there's a lot of state DOT, stakeholders that are interested in that could possibly help fix the problem there. So it's kind of a big project that I'm diving into. What could happen this week? Who knows? There's so much going on. But one thing that we're looking for, there are the highway bill is one thing that we're really paying attention to closely here. As a matter of fact, truck drivers have an opportunity to weigh in on that. There's a story up on landline.media right now, so you can kind of check out how you can be involved in that process. And then other than that, just kind of just day to day, seeing what happens and then reporting on it appropriately.
Tyson Fisher, of course, the associate editor of Landline, who is a regular contributor to Nemo Nation, has joined us this morning. We are always thrilled to have him. You can find his byline over at landline.media. By the way, where else can people find you, Tyson, if they want to keep up with the Fisher?
Again, landline.media is the best place. But other than that, you can find me occasionally on social media, LinkedIn, Twitter, @Fisher Tyson, Blue Sky, if that's the thing you do over there. You can find me in those 3 places as well.
Thank you, sir. It's always good to hear from you, and thank you for making the time early and also staying late. You're a good man, my brother. Have a great week.
Thank you, Tyson.
Love talking to you guys.
Nemo Nation continues, by the way. I want to do a quick sports report before we bring in your friend Chris, by the way. Haven't had him on in a while, right, Dave?
That's right.
And a lot of stuff to catch up in over on the Rhode Island Trucking Association. Milwaukee takes L.A. as the Brew Crew sweeps the boys in blue for their 10th straight win. Milwaukee has won 10 straight and is now with the Cubs, who lost yesterday to the Red Sox 6-1 atop the NL Central. Also, big shout out to our friend Jody. His Detroit Tigers behind the pitching of Scooble, and he got 11 Ks yesterday as Detroit became the first team to 60 wins. Good for them and good for the Motor City. By the way, in this day in 1973, Hammerin' Hank hit his 700th home run. This sports report has been brought to you by our friends over at Shady Rays. Go to shadyrays.com. They've got lost and broken protection programs. They've got your back at shadyrays.com. We're going to be dropping folks in here over the course of the entire morning on Nemo Nation. We got our friend here.
I lost him, but I'm getting
We're going to get him right back on the phone. That's okay. We got our good friend Chris is going to be joining us here in a second. Dave and him haven't talked in a while. Don't forget later on, Jeremy Raymer is going to be here to talk about a whole bunch of stuff, including Project 61, but also the ATAs. Well, their new catchphrase, their new promo, their new deal. As you said, it all gets shorter and shorter, does it not, Dave?
Mm-hmm. It sure
It
does.
all gets shorter and shorter, and we're going
Nothing
to
without trucks.
We're going to have Jeremy on here in a second, talking about nothing without trucking, and we'll have him on. Chris joins us this morning. Dave, would you care to do the intro of our next guest?
Chris Maxwell is joining us. He heads up the Rhode Island Trucking Association, one of the few organizations in trucking that has a name, RITA, R-I-T-A, Rhode Island Trucking Association.
Take a letter to Rita.
I was looking at the calendar, Chris, and man, I couldn't believe it was since January that you've been on with us here, but it's great to have you back. Good morning.
Always a privilege to be on with you, sir. Appreciate it
Oh,
very
my
much.
goodness. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Speaking of talking to folks, Shikarchi is the Speaker of the House, and you met with him on the trucking tolls. Boy, an issue that was all we talked about in this whole industry for a while, because as soon as Rhode Island did what they did, half of the other states in the country, came to Providence to see what was going on, as it always happens. So you kind of holding off a floodgate here in terms of other states joining Rhode Island and the trucks-only tolls. And then, because of Rhode Island's situation in terms of the size and the location, 99.9% of those trucks are from out of town, out of state, right?
Well, actually, the concern now is, Mark, that the ruling in December of 24 kind of was basically a split ruling, if you will. But what it did was it allowed for tolling, but what it did was it ruled unconstitutional the series of daily, per gantry, and aggregate caps that were baked into the final legislation 10 years ago. That was to stave off the opposition, our opposition as a business community that saw that these series 13 gantries would be, for trucks rolling through the state to points within the state and out, and certainly trucks traversing the state, the locals, that they would be unsustainable. So they baked in these caps to protect local businesses, and that was again to placate the business community and to placate the pretty firm opposition within the walls of the General Assembly. Well, those caps have gone up in smoke. They were ruled unconstitutional. However, the First Circuit did say that they can toll tractor trailers only. That creates a problem, though, that only the studies showed that only 6% of trucking through Rhode Island, which is not really a corridor state, there's other ways to go to travel around Rhode Island to go to points north. They determined that only 6% of that traffic through Rhode Island was purely through interstate traffic. In other words, that 94% was business within the state or business to points within our supply chain and commerce. So our concern now, and that's what we've expressed to Joe Sicacci, who's been very open to our concerns, is that this plan has backfired, and absent the caps, it will burden our supply chain, our economy, and our local businesses, who will now have to burden 96% of the tolls. So we're now working with his office to come up with some formulas for alternative funding sources, whether it be a fuel tax, registrations, overweight permits. But the good news is that they have not yet started the tolling. There is a placeholder in the fiscal year 26 budget that Dan McKee put through that says they will begin sometime the latter part of next year. The other good news is that other states have not followed Rhode Island's pattern, and I think that is because the horse is out of the barn. They can't offer up similar protections for locals because it will be, again, deemed unconstitutional. So they can't protect their locals and put in a broad-scale scheme. So that's where we're at. It's really, it has backfired. It was put in place 10 years ago by our recent Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo. She fled town, left us with this very, very egregiously wrong program. And I think the General Assembly and the governor are still scratching their head, wondering how they're going to figure this whole thing out, because they really can't do much other than to reduce the rates of the 13 locations, which range anywhere from $2.50 to $9.50. Barring that seems to be the only option, but 94% of $2 and 94% of $10 is still 94%, and that's the burden that we're going to be burdened with. So that's where we are on that matter. It's far from dead. We're also talking to Federal Highway to have them re-examine this whole scheme, because we feel it upends the free interstate, and it certainly perverts the intention of the bridge tolling, interstate bridge tolling exemption, which is clearly they stretched the limit on this, and so we're appealing to Washington to re-examine this whole scheme.
Got it. Well, there is some good news there, but let's turn to something that's all good news, and we're talking about Joe Hicks, huh?
Joe Hicks and I met. I was actually chairman of the board of RETA. I was in industry. In my full-time job, I was a volunteer as the chairman of the Rhode Island Truck Association board in 2010. And Joe Hicks, at the time was with Conway, took Rookie of the Year honors at the National TDC. And ever since then, he's been nothing but the model of consistency and success. He's been 7-time grand champion of our state trucking association here, and last year won the 4-axle out in Indianapolis. And so he's on the TDC front. He's a star, and we just celebrated his 1 million accident-free mile plateau. We had a celebration at his terminal just last week. So this guy's the real deal. Not only is that, he's a humble servant, a guy that helps mentor younger drivers, not only to participate in the TDC, but to achieve excellence, and for him to achieve 1 million accident-free miles in the routes, the city routes that he covers is he's not over the road. Nothing against those, but this guy's achieved 1 million miles in the hard way. So Joe's a friend, and we're very proud. That he represents the millions of drivers, the excellence of the millions of drivers that are moving America.
Indeed. And, I'm so glad, Chris, that you mentioned the details here, because if you say, 1 million miles over the X amount of years, it's like, well, wait a minute, that's not that much. I've got 6 million miles doing that.
Right.
Yeah, not in this condition, though. Not in these mazes of angry drivers and pedestrians and bicyclists and buses and
phones and autonomous vehicles, you name it. This is a gauntlet, to say the least, for these drivers. And again, he did it the old-fashioned way. He earned it on the short routes, inner city routes, congestion, and a state that's 1,000 square miles and 30 by 40 miles, and it's a pretty congested place overall. So he did it the hard way and the right way.
Now let's go to more good news here. Of course, every time somebody gets named to a new job, you never know whether to congratulate him or give him a little bit of sympathy. But we just got about 30 seconds. We'll talk about this next time you come on because we haven't even gotten to Laszlo Sigmund and the Washington Bridge yet. We'll spend some time on that next time you come on, which will be very soon, I hope.
I will look forward to it.
Yeah, but you've been you're the VP now of the TAEC, the Trucking Association Executives Council. Our good friend from Texas, John Esparza, just left that seat.
John just passed the gavel to Mr. Our friend from Arizona, Tony Bradley. Tony, this is TAEC. For those that on the road are listening out there, TAEC is a special family. It's all 50 state trucking association executives that work in concert with the ATA to promote, to be what I call supporting cast for the drivers that are out there. So it's an honor. I'm now approaching my overnight. It seems I'm approaching my 15th year at the helm of Reader. Again, I spent 25 years in industry. Now I'm at 15 or so here at Reader. So it's a special group, and I think I felt I got enough on my plate. Truly, you said appropriately. Is it congratulations, or what the hell did I get myself into? It's a little of both.
Well, guys who do stuff always have too much on their plate. So there it is, right? And you're doing stuff. Unfortunately, we don't have enough minutes on our plate right now, so please come back real soon. Let's dig into Laszlo Sigmund's assessment. The guy who designed the Washington Bridge wrote an op-ed piece.
He's going to slip everything in the limited time we have. Chris, I'll make a deal with you.
Congrats to Tony Bradley out in Arizona. I look forward to serving as vice chair.
Absolutely.
Tony.
Chris, we're going to get you on for a full 20 minutes or so at the end of the show at some point in the next couple of weeks, if you have time in your very busy schedule. Thank you, sir.
Always have time for you guys. It's always a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll be back on the other side of this break. Lots of folks coming your way. Jeremy Raymer is going to be talking about a number of things, including his Project 61, but he's also got a special program with the ATA he wants to talk about as well. We'll be right back after these messages. Guys, go to truckdown.com.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
We are back with a little bit more Road Gang Radio, live from Fastport Studios with good old Dave and Jimmy Mack.
Lindsay Lawler, by the way, will be here later on this late afternoon, early evening to the city of New Orleans. I'm really excited about her stay here, by the way, Dave, because it is a chance where, since she's only going to be singing one song, and I insisted on that because so many times that she's gone places, it's been about her going and doing. She's got her own show. It launches this Wednesday, We Should Write, and the first guest is going to be cowboy mouth drummer and singer Fred LeBlanc, who's going to be in studio with his kids in tow as well. Big day for her, but she will be singing one song that evening. She's going to be singing the Cranberries' Zombie. With their tanks and their guns and their bombs. By the way, Dave, would you care for me to do the honors, or would you like to do the honors for our next guest? We can't lose either way.
You mean Jeremy Raymer, the founder of Driver Reach and Project 61 and the host of Taking the Higher Road podcast. Higher is Hire, as in where the jobs are. That introduction? No, go ahead and you do it.
Okay, I'll take care of that then. He's also going to talk about Nothing Without Trucking for the ATA in addition to Project 61. Jeremy, it is so good to have you on this new platform for our rapid fire show, Nemo Nation. How are you? And welcome aboard.
Awesome. It's so great to be here, and I'm so excited to talk to you.
Yes, we were having lunch together last time we were together in a room at a convention center someplace. Where was that?
That was in Dallas, I believe, at Women in Trucking.
That Women in Trucking in Dallas. Yeah, we had the box lunches. Yeah, I remember that. Always great to see you. Always great to hear what you have to say and the work that you were doing. Where do you want to jump in? I mean, there are kind of three areas we can go into here.
Well, I know the last 3 years have been a struggle, for the industry, and I certainly felt it, as probably many of your listeners. But I think what has really gotten my passion going the last year and a half or two is driver health. It's an epidemic, it's a crisis, and that's something that I think is really important to really make a dent in, because an average life expectancy of 61. I mean, we have got to do better than that in America.
I couldn't agree with you more. And given the uncertainty in the market, given the trials and tribulations of so many things that truckers are going through, my mom gave me some great advice just the other night. I was dealing with a whole bunch of stressful situations. And she looked at me and she said, of those things, what can you control and no one else has control of? And I said, well, I named the two or three things. And she said, then focus on that and leave the rest to work itself out once you've got that done. And even in these trying times, Jeremy, it's such a great message you have, because one of the things that people can focus on that no one else can stop them from doing is their health, right? You can make that decision and be the master of your own direction and your own freight. Even in the toughest of times, you can make the decision to live healthy, correct?
Not only that, but no one is more responsible for your health than you, right? I mean, ultimately. Now, I say, and I 100% agree with you, I say that, this industry is not naturally conducive to a life of good health because of the challenging, food options when you're out on the road if you're not, prepared accordingly, and then also the sedentary lifestyle and challenges with sleep and stress. But to your point, you do have some control, but you need to be very intentional.
Talk about that word, intentional, because it has a cousin named mindfulness that work together hand in hand. But talk about what you mean when you say intentional and intentionality.
Yeah, perfect. So I'm a driver. I'm taking off for a 5-day run. If I just lock and load, the day of or morning of and just take off, then I am at the mercy of what is available wherever I stop. And I'm hungry now. And that is not intentional. Whereas if I knew that I was going to be gone for 5 days and I packed my refrigerator with good, satiating, protein and filling foods, healthy human food, not processed, packaged, refined carbs and sugar. That's what I mean by intentional. And I lean heavy on the nutrition or food side, because that's what's most in our control, because everyone's eating, right? I don't know any drivers that are going all week without food. That's a whole nother conversation with fasting, but everyone's eating. And so that is something that you have to be intentional about and prepare ahead of time. It doesn't mean you can't live out, with what's available on the road. But if you do, it's because it was good, healthy human food and you kept your stash for when that might not be available. That makes sense. So that's an example of being intentional.
So in other words, what you are doing, what you're saying is really do a pre-trip. In other words, if you don't, you can get away with not doing a pre-trip for a while, right? And then something's going to go wrong, and then you're going to pay for it. So everybody does that for their truck. When we're on Tech Talk with TMC and Maintenance Matters with Kevin Lindsay from TA Petro, we always make that parallel, of maintaining the truck and maintaining your body. So what you're saying is just treat your body like your truck.
Yeah, it's the most important asset you have. You can always replace a truck, You can have a million problems in life until you have a health problem, and now you only have one problem.
There you are. Yes, sir.
I do like that phraseology. Now you only have one problem. And, one of the things, the nothing without trucking conversation is there's no trucking without truckers. And that's a really great, it really ties in well, because at the end of the day, Lindsay loves to make the comment that when the plane starts to go down and the oxygen masks come down, they tell you to put yours on first before you help anybody else. And a lot of the men and women are such care providers and such caretakers, and people, both men and women, who are incredibly strong and provide for a lot of people. They often forget to put their own oxygen mask on and don't realize that it, in fact, is jeopardizing their future earnings and the people that they love never seeing them again. It really all ties in together, that if we don't take care of ourselves, then every single slogan and every single attitude we have about the industry is irrelevant.
Yeah, and I think, and I talk about this a lot, about connecting the dots, and what I mean by that is finding your why. Because what I am talking about here is making, in some cases, some pretty significant changes in what you eat or don't eat, how you move, and being focused on getting and disciplined with getting as consistent and solid sleep as you can. That takes work, right? That's not easy. And some pretty serious changes in behavior. And for that to really hold and last, it's got to be connected to something that you really have a strong why, rooted deep. And almost all of us can point to a spouse, a child, a grandchild, somebody in your life that you want to be there for, that you want to see grow up. And that's the kind of thing that when you think of it through that lens, you're like, well, yes, I have to take care of myself, because I know if I don't, this is the path. There are plenty of lives that have passed before me that, because they didn't take care of themselves, as a result, the average expectancy is 61. I have to do better than that, because I have people in my life that I care about, that I want to be around. I mean, what's more important in life than those things?
They have a lot of companies now. They advertise all over the place, where they send you meals. You sign up and they send you stuff, and you just heat it up and eat it. I don't know how expensive that is and all of that. But is that part of a solution for you? Did you recommend? Do you know what I'm talking about? I can't remember the names of some of these things, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, and I think it's a lot harder for truck drivers because of their being on the road.
Where do you send it?
Yeah, but I think having that available and accessible at a affordable price, relatively affordable, and I say that because you can't say, yeah, it's expensive because I can get 99 cents and I can get two of these things. But that's not human food, so you're not comparing apples and apples.
Yeah.
But still, it's important you're either going to pay for it now or you're going to pay for it later. You've got to take care of your health. You've got to eat good food. And that's definitely high on the agenda of Project 61's mission, is to work closely with the best truck stops out there about making sure that they've got good human food options. And candidly, everyone that I've talked to, they are so supportive, and they will share the fact that they have always, allowed and provided good food. The challenge has been they don't buy it. And that is part of the education piece. And we as an industry have to be more supportive and understanding. If we want them to be healthy and eat healthy, then we can't put them in positions where they're, almost forced to grab something quick and easy while they're driving. That's just most likely not going to be the best option for them. They're hungry, so they want to eat something, but they need to eat good human food.
Is time crunch? In other words, you get a lot of feedback from a lot of folks out there who are in the program, who are doing it, trying it, working it. Do they? Is time crunch like on the top of everybody's list in terms of why I'm not eating better? I just got to grab and go.
Certainly. I mean, there's certainly a lot of stress, and I'm no different. I feel that same time stress too, except I understand how important this is. So I'm not going to allow that to dictate what I eat, which is why I say, I talk about being intentional.
Yeah.
I'm very intentional. I know I work backwards from wherever I need to be or whatever I need to do to make sure that I'm going to get proper fuel in me, and that's it. It's nothing fancy. I mean, now I have the luxury, I'm not a driver. I had the luxury of this morning of making an omelet with broccoli, spinach, mushrooms, avocado, feta cheese. That's just good. Oh, and some black beans. That's just some good, healthy human food. That's the sort of thing.
A lot of protein in there.
Yeah, tons. And it's delicious.
It's so funny, too, because I think about that, and I often tell people if you really want to lay off the sweets and lay off the salt, and, Dave makes the great joke when they said, how long did it take you, Dave, to make the adjustment from working nights to working days? And Dave's great joke is a day. And what I'll tell people is just lay off of actual sugar for about 2 to 3 days and then eat a banana and then see how wonderful it tastes.
Delicious.
And people forget that all the time. For breakfast this morning, although I have full disclosure, and Dre will back me up, I have a donut every single morning. It is the only thing I eat like that over the course of the day, and it's spectacular, and then I move on. But what I usually have at my mid-morning breakfast around 10 is I'll often have oatmeal with almonds and pecans and raspberries and bananas, and that literally, the other thing is, too, we don't talk about the fact that that's a big meal and can last you for most of the day. People often, the portions that people eat, Jeremy, are way out of whack. A lot of people think they're in calorie deficit, and they're not. Has that been your understanding of it?
Yeah, there's not too much calorie deficit in America. This is not just a trucking issue, mind you. This is an American issue. But one of my favorite authors, his name is Michael Pollan. He's written a bunch of really good books about nutrition and food, and it's fun to read. It's not dense, but in 7 words, he gives this advice: eat food, and what he means is mostly human food, natural. He says mostly plants, not only plants, but mostly. Always with a meal, eating something with leaves or vegetable or something like that, and then not so much. Because like you said, we just eat too much. But it's just following that basic rule. Eat food, mostly plants, not so much. Huge difference in our energy, in our satiety, just being full, and then also just in overall health.
Mike Gaffin, the Boston trucker, just posted a comment on YouTube. He says, this subject hits home with many of us. And he's right with you on that.
Yeah, it just, Jeremy, we're going to run out of time here. We've got about 30 seconds left, but I want to make sure that we cover everything we're supposed to. Is there anything else you'd like to add before shuffling away from your first appearance on Nemo Nation?
Well, I will tell you this. We're about 1 week away from a really, really big announcement with Project 61. So if I can keep you on the edge of your seat with some suspense, I'll share it with you as soon as I can. But it is industry game-changing, in my opinion, and I'm really, really excited about it.
Well, you set yourself up really nicely there, by the way, Jer, because I'll tell you right now, Claire Marie's going to reach out and get your butt on here to make that announcement next week. Promise us you will. Promises.
Awesome. I cannot wait.
Me either.
Thank you, sir. Jeremy Raymer, of course, joins us this morning. There's a lot of places where you can find him at. Dave, tell us where we can find Jeremy at, all of his socials and all of his groovy stuff.
Yes,
thank you, Jeremy.
Indeed. Jeremy Raymer, Reymer is how you spell Jeremy's name. But look for Driver Reach, Project 61, and then in the podcasting world, Take the Higher Road podcast, and that's
Bring me a higher
HIRE.
road.
Yeah.
Little Steve Winwood in there, man.
Yeah, man, we ought to do that.
Steve Winwood's one of my favorite people of all time, by the way.
Man,
what a great comeback. Him and
Yeah.
remember he came back the same year as Bonnie Raitt.
Yeah.
They both lost their record label.
Yeah.
They were done. They were finished. They pulled the Frank Robinson. They were pretty much told by their labels, "You're done. Nobody likes your kind of music anymore." And then they come roaring back with something to talk
The
about.
guy I replaced on WLAC back in 1995 when I came from New Orleans up to Nashville was the Hoss Man. And Bonnie Raitt said that when she was a girl in school, she used to listen to the Hoss Man with a radio under her pillow at night.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Speaking of somebody who we listen to on a regular basis and we think the world of, friend of the show, Michael Fries of Transport Topics. He's the features editor over there. He joins us this morning. You can find him everywhere Transport Topics is, by the way. And he's a Pittsburgh Steeler fan. Big one, by the way. He's also a naval veteran. He's got a beautiful family. It's always great to have him. And by the way, he can talk professional wrestling too, Dave. He can talk wrestling. He got to get him, and Louis Pugh together at some point. Hey, Michael, how are you?
I am doing great, Jimmy. How are you today?
No complaints.
Michael, this is Dave. Wrestling, did you ever see this? It was a limited, and the fact they pulled it, it was so good, I thought. It was called Heels. And it was about pro wrestling, but in a small Alabama or Georgia town. I forget what state. It was. It's in the South. A little family-owned wrestling. Did you ever see that?
I haven't seen it yet. It's definitely on the queue of things that I wanted to see. That's it's on the long list of wrestling related.
Yeah, man, it is great. You'll love it.
Let's
you will love this.
Let's talk about that really quickly in regards to news reporting and even the trucking industry in regards to news reporting, because everybody knows that there are two kinds of energy that people can have in the wrestling media sphere. Either you can have heel heat or you can have face heat, and you know those terms, right, Michael?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so I mean, of course, heel heat, for those listeners who don't know, and by the way, shame on you if you drive a truck for a living and don't understand wrestling terminology, but okay, we can live with that. Face heat is when you're a good guy and the crowd loves you and they elevate you to great statuses. Sometimes a heel can often discover that he finds out that people want to know what The Rock is cooking, and they want to smell what The Rock is cooking is a great example of that. Sometimes you have heel heat where a guy becomes a bad guy, and the audience loves to boo him as well. Is any of that, and by the way, that's been creeping into the news, it's been creeping into politics, it's all over the place. Is it anywhere in trucking media yet? Do you feel like it's made any sort of creep into our sphere?
Well,
that's a good question.
From the outside looking in, I would say that, when it comes to wrestlers and the centric personalities that go with them, I would think, especially, the truckers listening right now, it's kind of, and that's the whole appeal of wrestling. It's just, you see yourself in these particular characters. So I would think it individually, I think some drivers might think they're Triple H. Some think that they're Big Bam Bigelow. Right now I don't see a particular person. I think maybe some of your callers might have a few choices and everything, but I myself, especially as a journalist as well, and just my personality being objective, I really don't want to put too many names to wrestling characters.
They know who you are, and they know where you live.
I definitely don't want to get the heel heat here.
Yeah, I understand that. By the way, I can give you a great example for a generic kind of version of it. Truckers during the pandemic had definite face heat. Is a great kind of example of that. That during the pandemic, truckers across the board had real face heat. People were like cheering them on. People understood what they were doing. People finally got it. People sat down in the toilet and realized how much they needed truckers. I mean, these realities were kind of out there. I'm only bringing this up because one of the biggest difficulties we have in this sphere is, look, we could actually create a world of villains and heroes. And by the way, if you spend time on social media, you will watch a number of what I would call alienated, disassociated, disappointed truckers, often assigning heel heat to organizations or groups of people they don't like in a desperate attempt to kind of turn the world into a Montechian wrestling match. The difficulty about what you do and what Dave and I do, boy, it gets harder and harder for Dave and I resist finding heel heat all around us. But you know what I'm talking about here. You have to maintain that objectivity. You can't assign a company that lays off 1,000 workers heel heat. You've just got to say it happened. You can't, although face heat does get achieved by like highway angels. Those individual highway angels. It's easier to assign face heat to people through a news story because heel heat means, it means lawyers start calling, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to we've never talked wrestling, wanted to give it a shot. Thank you, Michael. So talk to us, what you got going on, what's happening right now?
Well, today is the day that the third quarter Calibrate, which covers the maintenance and the equipment side of the trucking industry, is out today at Transport Topics. And the lead story that I wrote was a session from the spring annual meeting of the Technology and Maintenance Council. And it was a very well attended session, and I really wanted to explore this topic. When you have technicians, they have their jargon. When it comes to fleet technicians, they have their jargon. In the shop bay, they need to get things done. They need to limit that downtime for these trucks to come out. They have ideas of ways of running the shop more efficiently. Taking those ideas into the C-suite, that fleet manager that goes to the director of maintenance for whomever fleet, there needs to be that communication there for that manager to describe that idea to that C-suite manager. And sometimes that's where the disconnect happens. So the lead story for the Calibrate discusses that whole concept of miscommunication and making sure those communication lines are clear, and that the fleet manager and the C-suite director are on the same page. And there's many ways that I discussed this in the article. Just being having empathy for that manager, and the other way around as well. So the article just kind of summarizes that relationship and gives recommendations on how to better communicate with leadership. Especially when it comes to trucking, because there's a lot of lingo and there's a lot of language that can be lost in translation when you're just trying to promote good ideas and make the fleet better.
When you talk about TMC and language, of course, VMRS comes into play. So you call it a widget, I call it a what's it, and it's the same thing, but we never, But one of the things, too, that, communication is who are these people, what does C stand for? And it was so obvious when I read it what C stands for. It stands for chief, like chief executive officer, CEO, CFO, COO. Then I understand now there is a V suite for vice presidents. And so we have this hierarchy now. We're building this this pyramid of responsibilities, and we don't know how to talk to one another. We don't. Some of these words and these catchphrases, your target goal is what is that? What does that mean? And I'm looking at the article. I hope folks will read this article. It's really well written. But there was a takeaway that's kind of a little bit of a sidebar, I guess, on this, Mike. But Joe Phillips with Eagle Transportation says his dad told him that if you know how to do something, you will always have a job. If you know why you're doing something, you will always be the boss. And that was my takeaway from that article, actually.
Yeah, I mean, when Joe said that, I've heard that before, but to have it applied to this particular sense, and he really brought perspective to that in the sense of, it doesn't have to be a fleet manager to a maintenance director. I mean, it could be a shop manager at Burger King to their district manager. It's one of those things where the basic tenet of presenting an idea, having something, learning that relationship of leadership in which you're not going into a room of the CEO or the or whomever. and wanting something. There has to be some type of strategy involved, because I mean, if you're entering that room, you're going to be talking big scale ideas, and this is something that's going to be implemented, rather slowly, versus fast. So you want to have those ideas laid out. And I mean, it comes down to that basic communication and knowing. I think that's in the article as well. Just knowing that, when you have an idea going into an office, going into your manager's office or your director's office, that you have to have it in the back of your mind that, this might be rejected.
Yeah. In fact, Joe Phillips says, be prepared to have your plan turned down.
So it's definitely that mindset that managers have to have when they go into that room, because if there's not that mindset, then there's a whole bunch of other things that are layered into that miscommunication. I mean, it could be just as simply as, this is going to cost too much money to implement. And then if you don't have that mindset, then it turns into something that's, that's not business, that's a little more personally perceived, and then you have all those layers, on top of the basic, business hurdles that we all face. So, and this story just encompasses all of that. It's just in the sense of, both parties know what they're talking about when it comes to trucking and maintenance, but communicating those ideas and learning to reach a common ground, that's, I mean, I would say that's probably more of a problem than people would think. Especially
we lost Michael. Michael, you still there?
No,
I'm still here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Michael, but the timing is well done there. We are absolutely out of time. From bay to boardroom, fleet maintenance leaders learn to speak the language of the C-suite. Michael Freeze has written a beautiful article, and by the way, it really is about empathy, the literal definition of the word. Michael, we'll unpack this further, get you on for longer form, and we'll really dig into this. There's a lot more to say here. It's always good to talk to you. And by the way, Michael Freeze got face heat. Thank you, sir.
Let me know if you watch Heels.
No, yes, Mr. Nemo. Yes, sir. I will definitely tell you. Have a great day. Have a great. I'm sorry. Have a great day, guys.
Have a great day. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Michael Freeze, good friend of the show. We're heading into the break here really quickly. Come back on the other side with Mark Brune, mentor, mentee, and Jamie Jones.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
We're back with more Nemo Nation live on RadioNemo.com, iHeartRadio, and streaming on YouTube. Dave, Jimmy, take it away.
Thank you very much. By the way, Mark Brune is joining us this morning of Mentor Mentee. I wish we had more time to talk with Michael Freeze. I wish we had more time to talk with everybody, but we want to get you guys reading, thinking, and engaging, by the way. Mark Brune, by the way, is the business development manager over at Mentor Mentee. I want you guys to go there. Mentor Mentee, that's MENTEE.com. You can find them on LinkedIn on the same handle, and you can find them on Facebook, the Book of Face itself, Mentor Mentee. Mark, good morning to you, man. Welcome to your first edition of Nemo Nation, sir.
Well, good morning. Thank you so much for having me. It is an absolute honor and thrill to be on, and I'm looking forward to talking technicians with you.
Fantastic, Mark. This is Dave, and good morning again. Earlier in the program, we were talking about the fact that you were coming on, and I did a little research, and I did not know this. Mentor, the word mentor, comes from the name of a character in Homer's Odyssey going back to ancient Greece. Mentor was a guy that was helping Telemachus, do his thing in Homer's work. So that the idea of mentorship, and then of course you have a mentor, you have a mentee. That goes back to ancient times. Homer didn't come up with that idea. That idea was already there. So what you're talking about goes back to the earliest days of human existence. And I'm not trying to be, really weird here, but it really does.
Profound.
Profound, yeah.
No, you hit the nail on the head, and it's a beautiful thing. Mentoring is indeed as pretty much as old as humanity itself. And so when we look at the modern age of the diesel industry, obviously there's a heavy focus on technology, but we believe that getting back to some of our more human roots and unlocking that, not only for the folks, but for the profitability of a shop, is not only the right thing to do, it is the only thing to do when we look 5, 10, and 20 years out.
When I got into trucking radio, it was 1971, Mark, and the shade tree mechanic was still working on that truck under that tree, literally as well as figuratively, back in those days. And it seems as if through my 50 years of history on the side of the road here, talking to guys in those trucks, it sort of had its ups and downs, but I think going back to the 50s, 60s, and then into the 70s, mentorship was almost a given in this industry, where the older guy would help the younger guy. You always have these idiots that, well, you can't tell me nothing. I know everything. I'm 21 years old. You got all of that. But there has been an ebb and a flow, I think, of mentorship in this industry. Tell me where I'm wrong there, as Jimmy Mack would say, because I don't know if that's correct, but it was my own observation.
I think that's fair. Early on, in diesel and automotive, there was definitely some more natural mentoring relationships, and a lot of times that started with a father and a son working in the garage on vehicles that could be worked in the garage at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Now that the industry's gone heavy towards technology and advanced systems, everything from in-cab to on the road, that mentoring requires so much knowledge transfer that added level of support, structure, and planning is needed. So yeah, I think you're spot on. It's just a different ballgame when we look at the industry today.
So mentormentee.com. We were just talking with Michael Fries of Transport Topics, and he was talking about the issue of how the C-suite talks to the technicians, talks to the tech guys, and figuring out a common vocabulary. One of the things that always gets lost in mentorship when it doesn't happen is that people don't have the vocabulary to actually enter into a market, into an employment arena. So developing a vocabulary is what a mentor does. They share their language with the mentee. Can you talk a little bit how mentor-mentee does that in the field of diesel technicians? What's the process? What do you do, and how do you do it?
Sure thing. So one of the things that we try to do is, help turn the warm and fuzzy of mentoring into cold hard cash for owners from the top down. And when we look at the high-level leadership, we're running a business, and a lot of times those are publicly traded. So making sure that, the technicians themselves see the ROI of their efforts and can communicate that up is important. But more than anything for us, when you look at the cost of rehiring and retraining when you lose a technician, it's pretty significant, in the tens of thousands. And if we go out and just start hiring away experienced guys that aren't the most vetted, a lot of times we're going to overpay for some bad habits and maybe even bad attitudes. So the way that we do it is, from day one, we help local level leaders really build out meaningful career pathways, starting from entry-level technician up to master-level techs that can get more specialized. But then we help those technicians on site who maybe want to take that step into leadership, help train them on how to be a mentor, and then help pair up with new guys and gals that are just coming into the industry. and not only, want that help and guidance, they crave it more than anything. So that's really a few of the nuts and bolts there.
The follow-up to that is, and you open the door for this, we'd love to have you on the education station as well, the wealth of institutional knowledge that many people who are experts at doing things often can't be translated into their explaining of things. Can you talk a little bit how you guys work on soft skills and teaching skills, how you mentor the potential mentors, what you look for and what makes for a good mentor, and how you fill in the gaps when all of those things aren't present?
Sure thing. And when you look at technicians across the board, everybody's a little bit different in terms of what they want, how they communicate, how they learn. The two things that we educate the leaders we work with when it comes to finding a mentor is, are they willing to do it, and are they able to do it? And I'll give you an example. I know we're on the radio, which is probably a good thing for me, but I'm willing to be on the cover of GQ magazine. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to do it. When we look at technicians, right, we want to make sure that not only are they willing to take that chance, and ideally with a plan and structure that compensates them for their time, but do they have the ability to slow down and take these skills and bits and pieces of knowledge that they've been doing subconsciously for a while and consistently communicate that to new technicians, also without getting too upset too early on. So beyond anything, if they're willing and able, we're already in the game pretty strong.
I heard something made me laugh the other day. Somebody said, in America, you have the right to remain silent. It just seems that a lot of people lack the ability to do so. Sorry, I had to slip that in there really quickly. And also to kind of follow up on that, and I just kind of want to go back to the basic ground root of it all. I am a young potential diesel technician. I would like to pursue that as as a profession. I need to somehow get mentors. Take me through the process as how I'm somebody 18, 19 years old, looking to make a mark, looking to move into the industry. How does mentor-mentee, with engagement with the platform, the website, what you guys do, what does that process look like for a youngster looking to couple with a company looking to actually have a long-term employee?
Sure thing. So for those, young folks that are just coming in, and this kind of to line it up with the shop owner or the service leader, the first place they're going to go is Google. Nowadays, the second place they're probably going to go is an AI platform, right? So it's so important, to attract those folks coming in, that the first thing that they see when they come to your site is that you've either got a mentoring apprenticeship program that's going to help them earn while they learn, maybe even sprinkle in some tool packages as well, tuition reimbursement if possible, but help them understand that, hey, it is a learning curve coming in, but the career opportunities, both from, a personal meaning side, from a financial freedom side, are there. And if they see that within, their backyard at a local shop or anything else, that's a huge shift towards their mindset of actually coming in and getting over some of those initial fears of starting up. And that's exactly what we help shop owners and service leaders understand and work to implement.
Mark Brune has joined us this morning. I can't believe how fast this goes by. There's so much more to talk about. Promise us, as we ask all of our great guests, that you'll come back at some point sooner rather than later.
Of course, be honored to.
By the way, he's the business development manager at Mentor Mentee. You can find them at mentormentee.com, and it's there that he partners with service leaders to build structured technician development programs that improve retention, ramp up speed, and service profitability. Thank you so much, Mark. As I said, welcome back anytime.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you, Mark.
Nemo Nation continues. Another friend of the show is dropping in and doing it on vacation. Vacation. Yeah. By the way, that's vacation. Vacation. Down on the bayou. Where are you right now, Jamie Jones? Where's vacation? What's happening? What's happening? Jamie Jones is here, the managing editor of the Grand Poobah of Landline.
I am sitting on my deck sipping some coffee that may or may not have some added voltage to it. I'm just living my best life right now. Fortunately, the heat has broke, and so it's kind of nice. But my dog is sitting here looking at me like, Aren't you supposed to be gone?
So wait, I have a question for everybody. Does anybody out there? I don't think Jamie does. I don't think Dave does. Anybody out there ever have iced Irish coffee?
Iced Irish coffee.
Iced Irish coffee, is that a
No.
thing?
No, I do. I do the hot. No, mine's hot. Sorry.
I'm not. Don't be sorry. I'm not. I don't need an apology. I mean, I'm curious about this. It's like I would often wonder, like, yeah, give me an iced Irish coffee, and have the bartender look at you like, what the hell are you talking about, man? What is wrong with you? Okay, so you're on the back deck. Talk to us a little bit about the life balance of what it's like for a journalist to turn their brain off while all of this action is going on in the truck.
comes on our show.
And then comes on our show. So thank you, by the way, for doing that. But how do you turn your brain off, Jamie? How does that happen? How, as a journalist, you can just walk away for a few minutes in the middle of the biggest sandstorm, we'll call it, in Washington right now in regards to trucking and transportation and the disruption of everything? The great disruption is now unfolding, and you're on your back deck. How are you handling that?
You know, I think it's a balance, because as much as I'm unplugging, I'm refueling, if that makes any sense. We're getting ready to head in to one of the busiest seasons of trucking news that we've had. I mean, we've already had it, but, you know, Congress is going to go, they're going to be in recess in August. There's going to be a pause. And as much as I think it's important to, I'm a worker. I grind. I've worked 2 jobs when I was a single mom. Well, I still am a single mom, but they're grown ass adults now, so I don't have to worry about them. But I've worked 2 jobs. I think it's so important to give yourself that mental rest break, that physical rest break, before you know that you have to go back in and fight to do your job. And that's what I'm doing right now.
I think that's so important, by the way, Dave, is that people don't realize that, you know, one of the things I'm discovering, Jamie, living my best life, is that people, you know, Tara asked us this morning what we were enjoying about the new platform. One of the things that I love is that everybody has the same 2 days off. Because we have the Saturday and Sunday off, not only do Dre and I have it off, but everybody else does, which means I don't get phone calls from people on my Monday off expecting me to go to work full time and blowing up my phone. I get left alone. And part of what people understand, you need those days to recharge. That when you work in an environment as fast and furious in regards to information and the changing in information, it often presents a real problem, doesn't it? That if you don't turn your brain off, it really becomes alphabet soup and it becomes a mush, doesn't it?
Oh, 100%. I mean, it does. But, you know, and then I was kind of waxing on having this conversation, because I know that freight rates are down and everybody's struggling so hard to make X number of dollars to make their lives sustainable. And, you know, there really comes a point where you have to, even in spite of that, you have to stop and give yourself some grace. And I think that's what the work-life balance comes down to, is give yourself some grace and just stop.
No, it's a great point.
It's hard.
It's a great point right now, because people are struggling, trying to find their rates, trying to find their load, trying to make. I mean, right now, I kid you not, Dave and Jamie, listen to this. Junker is desperately with his dispatch trying to work out a way to get to New Orleans to come down here. Mm-hmm. He's got to find a freight that gets him to New Orleans. It's just like Reeds Across America. A lot of those guys and gals can't get a chance to enjoy themselves unless they are literally turning and earning right up to the moment when they get where they're going. But part of what you're suggesting here, it seems to me, is that there are moments that even when it feels like I got to get back out there and rolling, is maybe the time you should stop for a second and take inventory, not of your inventory, but inventory of yourself, and take the break you deserve. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
I 100%. I mean, this last year for me has been a marathon, and in fact, I'm coming up on a couple of days. It'll be 1 year since I got my knee replaced, and it's been a long recovery. It's been a lot, and even though I was working through all of that, it wasn't a good year, and I just needed this. I needed to mess around with my flowers. I needed to, and I don't know how Dave has done it for 50 years. The grind of,
Hypnosis.
doing what you do.
I was under hypnosis for the entire. I did not know it. Did not know it.
Yeah, no, but I mean, but here's the thing: is that's the other problem too. And Dre can tell you this because Dre did a 2-year stretch where, other than a Christmas here and the occasional weekend there, he worked for 7 straight days around the clock. And there was a moment towards the end. Dave knows this, for about 6 months. Dave and I were actually working 6 to 7 days a week, if not on the air, then in other places. And the problem with it is it becomes the norm, and you think you're fine. And then when you stop and take a break, you realize, I'm willing to bet that you realized how much you were carrying on that repaired knee over the course of the last year, didn't you?
Oh, I did. 100%. I called my mom last night. She actually, begrudgingly doesn't live far from me. But anyway, I had slept so much the first 2 days after I left the office, and my shoulder was messed up. Like, I couldn't literally lift my arm. And I was like, Mom, I don't know what's going on. And she's like, that is the epitome of a first world problem. You finally took a vacation and you have pinched a nerve. And it was so funny. And I was like, oh my gosh, you're right. And then slowly, everything worked out. It was fine. It wasn't any big deal.
It's why, Jamie, we got to let you go, but it's why people take 2 weeks of vacation, because they should call the first week of vacation recovery. For what? You're like, the last gosh darn year is what for. I mean, that is it on the nutshell, right?
100%.
Jamie, by the way, thank you for dropping in during your vacation. Thank you for reminding all of these great men.
And
Go ahead.
everybody, to everybody who's listening, just take a breath. Take care of yourself.
Thank you, Jamie. Jamie Jones, of course, is the managing editor at Landline. You better get your butt down here for Wednesday. We better see you and maybe Spencer. We better see you. We're counting on you. We love you, Jamie. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Jamie Jones, of course, who is a regular contributor here on Nemo Nation and friend of the show. Mike Roth is joining us next of NACFE. He is here as he is wont to do and want to be, dropping in on the scene, lean and mean, adventures all over the place, or maybe behind the desk for the last couple of weeks. Where you at, Mike, and welcome back.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm in upstate New York. I'm attending a Clean Trucks conference tonight and tomorrow that's hosted by the Trucking Association of New York and CalStart. So talking cleaner trucks and going to have a good time.
Talk to me a little bit about, really quickly, and then I'll have Dave ask you a question. Talk to me a little bit about what you're expecting to hear while you're there and what you're hoping to hear while you're there. And I think you know the difference of what I'm getting at.
Yeah, we were on a course of for the last number of years of being more sustainable in trucking, and we were looking at some home runs, which we still are. I would call them, around electric trucks, particularly in their impact on emissions. But as we discovered, that's going to take a while, and so there are technologies like biodiesel, renewable natural gas, and just burning less fuel with higher MPG that are right in front of us that we better make sure we don't forget and take advantage of, because it saves us money, saves us emissions, and so forth. So I expect to see a lot of talk about these maybe easier technologies to implement that we can do now or sooner. But also, I hope we actually continue to talk about the opportunity with electric trucks, particularly in cities, but as well on certain corridors. And the utility National Grid, which is responsible for most of the upstate of New York, they're leaning in really quickly on how do we get power for truck depots and to handle electric tractors as they emerge. So a little bit of both. Yeah, it's a good question.
One of the things we talk about, and the phrase is run on less, and of course, obviously less fuel, less energy, I guess you might say. But there's actually a run that's going to take place in September. We really haven't, well, here we are in July, so poof, it'll be September before we take our next breath. It's a 3-week demonstration. Kind of give us a little bit of the logistics of the actual run for Run on Less.
Sure, yeah. So we've gone out and found 13 fleets that are pioneering these technologies.
And you've been visiting, I think you have 11 visited and 2 are left for the rest of this
Yeah,
month?
we now have 12.
12, okay.
We talked.
Yeah.
And now we have one more. We're going to Mesilla Valley this week, and I can't wait to meet their driver. This guy's won Mesilla Valley's fuel economy incentive competition for a while, so he's a great guy. I've not met him, but I'm looking forward to sitting with him on Wednesday in El Paso.
Mm-hmm.
But there are 13 total, and so 4 diesel-based, one running renewable diesel most all the time. Another one is biodiesel, and then 3 natural gas, 4 battery electric, and 2 hydrogen fuel cell. These are trucks that are out there running real freight every day. Some of them are very early on in their technology, so it's kind of not only difficult for the fleets, but a little rough. I will say this, all these trucks are showing really high uptime, so it's not about reliability. We don't know much about long-term durability yet, but we're seeing a lot of good signs on the operations of these trucks, even though infrastructure is hard and range is difficult. But even infrastructure for biodiesel and renewable diesel simply doesn't exist out of a few states. So we visited them all, and then in September we will stream data right to our website from all these trucks showing where they fueled, how far they went, what the weather conditions are, where they're moving, what the payload is. And so a lot of great data for, trucking's pretty geeky when it comes to information and data, and so we're here to deliver it with all 13 of these trucks.
By the way, you can embrace your geek at nacfe.org. By the way, the North American Council for Freight Efficiency, Mike Roth, joins us this morning as he is off one to do on Nemo Nation. Let me ask you this question too. So once you get all that data, everything is a part of a destination to get to the next destination. So once you guys get a chance to look at this look at that destination of data, what is the next step once you kind of geek out and kind of pick through all that stuff that you were kind of talking about? Where do you take the data?
Yeah, so one thing that's obvious to us, and I think the industry in a whole, is that diesel was incredibly forgiving. It did really all of trucking, whether you were a ice road trucker or driving I-70 across the country or handling garbage in Atlanta. Diesel was just good for trucking, and it continues to do that, but it has its issues and challenges and problems with respect to long-term future. So what we will see going forward, in our opinion, is some purpose-built trucks. We see, like in our run, we'll show the Tesla Semi and the Windrose truck, and they've looked at the fact that they can make a bullet-shaped truck because of the lower demands on cooling and space under the hood, and so they can make a highly aerodynamic truck for the highway. And so my point in bringing that up, guys, is that we will have specific built trucks for the job, and so some of those will emerge earlier than others. So our belief is the industry will take this data, and some of these solutions will happen earlier and quicker than others. Some will take a while, but use that data to go make decisions and make your operations better. I mean, after the run, we plan to formally look at the data with respect to what's the operational differences between these technologies and diesel. Secondly, what's the total cost of ownership understanding of the different solutions? And then finally, how environmental it is. So, there's a lot of different information out there about, if you run electric trucks on coal powered electricity, or if you run gray hydrogen instead of green.
Okay, going right back to the source. The full
Right,
chain,
exactly.
full chain of responsibility, so to speak.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, love it.
Complex calculations are really important.
Well, we are at the end of our chain.
Unbelievable how fast this goes, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And folks are loving it. We're getting some great comments on the new format. So thanks, everybody. And Mike, thank you, man.
Oh, I appreciate it. See you next week.
Mike Roth, of course, joins us from NACFE.org, by the way, the North American Council for Freight Efficiency. Run on less, studying real-world freight efficiency is what they do. We'll be back on the other side of this. It is Nemo Nation here on RadioNemo.com, here on the Tube of You, the Book of Faith, the Audacity of Odyssey, and, of course, leave your heart with iHeart and keep on listening and keep on rolling. We'll be right back. Go to ShadyRays.com. They've got your back.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
You've got to be tired of expensive maintenance costs. Well, Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can make a difference. Experience a longer engine and DPF lifespan, along with fewer regens, so your diesel runs longer and more efficiently. Pittsburgh Power's unique formula allows you to maximize the mileage from your parts while reducing downtime. Keep your vehicle performance at its best and make the smart choice. Visit pittsburghpower.com to order yours today.
From the Big Easy to the open road, this is Nemo Nation, broadcasting live from the Fastport Studios with your hosts, Dave Nemo and Jimmy Mack.
Our good friend Madison with a T is currently making sure that Fastport is represented here in all of its glory. She, by the way, who did beautiful work on the front door here at the Degas House, and will be finishing up that soon. I actually made her pivot. She actually could have finished that up today. I'm having her pivot to work on the Fastport signs because we want to put our best foot forward here on Nemo Nation and make sure.
It's looking good so far, though.
It is. It's
It's
looking pretty darn good, and she's on top of things. You guys, a beautiful dog, by the way. What is your dog's name again? Ralphie. I want to make sure we get that right. Ralphie. Isn't that funny?
Named after a famous Ralphie?
Oh, it's
yes.
Ralphie.
Okay,
it's
yes,
that Ralphie.
that's the Ralphie I was thinking
It
of.
is that Ralphie, and
Absolutely.
and by the way, Madison has a tattoo of a major award. If you've seen A Christmas Story, you know what that major award is. Fastport solves America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or at nationalapprenticeship.org. Nationalapprenticeship.org. Hey guys, listen, this may seem like deja vu all over again. We just had them on last week, but it was in the midst of a really important conversation. I'm still figuring out ways to drop them in more. The new format, by the way, as you know, Dave, really squeezes everybody, and that getting simply,
The squeeze on
getting simply here 2 times a month is extraordinary that we can fit them in. That's how important they are to us. Jim Park and Joanne Ritchie of Canada Calling, and of course of OBAC.ca join us this morning. We were in the midst of an incredibly important conversation that is happening north of the border about what goes on in trucking, transportation, and barriers between provinces north of the border. I wanted to get them both back on. I just wanted to give them a chance to tell you hi as well, too. So, Jim, Joanne, welcome to Mondays. Welcome to Nemo Nation. You are, by the way, let me make sure I get this right. You are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You are our 8th and 9th guest this morning. So, welcome aboard.
Okay. Yeah.
Pretty wild.
Monday morning. You got us out of bed on Monday morning, so we'll do that to talk to Dave. How are you, Dave? It's good to hear you.
Fantastic. Well, I hear you guys all the time, and we our paths don't cross as much as they should anymore. But I'm always thinking about you. That's for sure.
Oh, that's good. It's good to hear you.
We're going to start, by the way, for once again, like I said, I don't know if people know how radio or platforming or streaming actually works, but there's a lot of people who listen who only have Mondays available to us, and then people who have the rest of the week available to us, or one day a week. So I thought we could start, Joanne, with a 30,000-foot view of what we were talking about last time, kind of an overview of it, and then we can dig in where we left off, or we can go back and go through it again. But I just thought that what you guys are talking about is so important because, yes, it impacts Canada ferociously and directly, these conversations, but it does have another effect on the United States, and we'll get to that in a second. But more importantly, tell our listeners what we were talking about last week and how monumental this could be for the future of Canadian trucking.
We got Park teed up there?
What's that?
Yeah, I'm all set to go.
Yeah.
You're all set to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll let you take it away then.
All right, go ahead, Jim.
No. Yes, here's a question. You answer it.
30,000-foot view. We'll get to Jim for the particulars.
Oh, me? Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Well, we were at there's been a big push in the last few months on strengthening our national economy, obviously. And one of those, it always comes down to trucking at the end of the day. And one of the big issues is harmonizing east-west trade. And I don't mean necessarily from Nova Scotia to BC. Don't think about, you don't always about, a truck going there. It's just moving from province to province, dealing with all the different provincial regulations. So there's a concerted effort to get, and by the way, ministers of transportation of all those different provinces and territories and the federal government have really come together and said we're really going to do what we can to remove any barriers for goods and people flowing across the country. And part of that was a special committee on part of the internal trade discussion on the trucking and what are the issues there that prevent trucks from moving back and forth across borders. And as I said, we've talked about this before, but this is we're in a different league right now. So last week we were at a meeting of what they called it a trucking hackathon, and this was to get down to some very specific issues that had been on the table for a long time, and get input from trucking experts to say, okay, what can we really do? There's the big long-term stuff, obviously, with infrastructure and everything. But what can we do? What can we work on right now? And so that's what we were starting to dig into a little bit. Some of the things that were brought up by industry at that meeting. And again, this was representatives of some of the big trucking associations across the country. Some of the big carriers were there, and very senior level. These are the deputy ministers of trucking of the federal transport department and all the provincial and territorial governments. Those were the people that we were talking to.
I kind of wanted to kind of then pivot to Jim too, because there were so many items on the docket that we didn't get a chance to review, and then Dave will have a question for you guys. So many items on the docket to review. Which was the one that most caught your attention, Jim? We didn't really get a chance to kind of dig into that, and I'll throw the same thing towards Joanne at some point as well too. But was there anything where you're like, "That's a great idea," or you thought to yourself, "Okay, that's something maybe we should maybe kind of take a lot of time to think about and kind of slow roll our way towards before we kind of jump feet first into it"? Which ones did you feel like were immediately actionable, and which ones did you feel like maybe could be taken a little bit more time and consideration? Because I know how much you love meetings and committees.
We've been going through similar meetings and committees for 20 years with OBEC, and so often the same theme comes up every year. We have to crack this nut or do this or get better at that. And there's a I don't know, sort of a resignation to me after some maybe 10 years that you hear the same stories over and over again. That this is never going to get resolved because there's the urgency isn't there. It's one of these things, if we could do that, that would be kind of cool. But we have all these other things we have to do first. So we never get around to some of the problems that could be resolved. And like I said, it's just that, here we go again feeling. This meeting we had last week was similar in that the same topics were coming up that were raised 10, 20 years ago. Except there does seem to be some urgency here now. And I think the one that excited, maybe not be exactly the right word to describe it, but the one that I was kind of excited by was the idea of creating or finally harmonizing the driver training licensing standards across the country and developing what you could call, and just air quotes around it, a federal CDL for Canadian drivers, so that we all have the same credentials on paper in our pocket, but that they actually mean the same thing because they've all had the same training and the same sort of background to getting that CDL. That would be pretty useful, I think.
That's really fascinating, by the way, because it's one of those things, too. That's like I said, that sounds to me and very simple, and I'm going to say easy. It's not, by the way, because you're right. Dave, this makes sense, doesn't it? The idea that it's like if you want to get a national CDL, then you've got to make sure that every single province is playing by the same rules to actually award people a CDL. And that's not the case, is it, Jim?
Well, not really. When you look at the training and the examination criteria that are in the various CDLs across the country, they vary by geography. Interestingly, British Columbia, for example, has a segment on mountain driving, and it's the only province in Canada that does on the CDL test. So that doesn't mean you can't introduce mountain driving in a place like Saskatchewan, where there are very few mountains, or Ontario even, or New Brunswick, but just nobody's ever done it before. So if you create a national sort of curriculum, teach towards it, and then, okay, fine, you can't take people down a mountain on a driving test if you live in Saskatchewan, but you can certainly ask them questions about it, and you can learn about it in a book or on video. So it's not as difficult a thing to do as you might think, aside from establishing a new curriculum. And I mean, frankly, we tried that with MELT, and that sort of fell on its face. That didn't work very well. But there is a possibility they could pull this out of the fire. And the reason they're doing it, of course, is to not to level any playing field so much, is to make it harder or easier for drivers to migrate and move around the country. If I wanted to move from Ontario to Manitoba, for example, or British Columbia, just because I have an Ontario CDL doesn't mean I'll necessarily be handed a Manitoba CDL when I get there. I'll probably have to retest or be re-examined, or some sort of knowledge test done to make sure that I qualify to be a truck driver in Manitoba, even though I've been a truck driver here in Ontario for 50 years.
One of the reasons,
50 years.
Jim, that the CDL one of the reasons that the CDL came about, what was it, 1991, I guess, was the fact that a lot of drivers had multiple licenses. So you get stopped in Nebraska, they want your license, you give them your Mississippi license, and then you move on. You get stopped in Oregon, you give them your Tennessee license. Okay, is that going on in Canada? The multiple, like I got a Manitoba license, I got a Saskatchewan license. Is that possible?
It might have decades ago before it all got computerized.
Okay.
But no, I
got you on that. Yeah, I got you on that.
Yeah, I thought what I thought Dave was going towards, and I'm glad he wasn't, was that it had been like earlier. It was like practicing law in different states. License to practice law in Washington, license to practice law in Texas, license to drive a truck. But the idea of the CDL, whether it is a CDL for here, which we have, or you guys need up there, is that it's interstate commerce. It's inter-province commerce for you guys. And so it makes a lot more sense if you wanted people, as you talked about, Joanne, last time we talked, the idea that we're not just talking about the border beneath you guys, but the two borders on either side of you guys with the shipping and goods that are coming in. Makes a lot more sense to do this because you can then bring a truck across all of Canada and not have any worries about, crossing those provincial lines. I mean, I guess what I'm asking is, if those laws in fact change and you enter British Columbia from another place, how does that work? I mean, is it just like, okay, you've got a CDL and you're fine, it's from Manitoba, you're good to go? Or is it like, no, you're here in British Columbia, we do things a certain way around here? I mean, that's what we're asking.
Just to clarify, if you've got a CDL in any province in Canada, I mean, we have and with the states as well, we have reciprocity agreements that recognize those license plates, those licenses. So, if the driver has a license, they've been licensed in BC or Ontario or Nova Scotia, that's good anywhere in Canada and the U.S. The difference is, though, and this is what Park was getting at, that the standards to get that license and the training required to get that license in whatever jurisdiction is different. It could be, Maritimes, I'm always talking about, because I'm a Maritimer, we think we have higher standards in order for the person to get that license than they do in some places. And there was all the big scandal years ago. You could get your CDL in Ontario with a horse trailer and a pickup truck.
By the way, really quickly, Joanne, it seems to me that if they're teaching mountain driving in BC, might they actually teach people to learn what bridge elevations are? I'm just curious if that could be part of the training over there. I'm curious.
And the bridge, the mountain thing, BC and the mountains is a good example about, you have to get your license in BC, you learn about mountain driving. That doesn't mean somebody from Nova Scotia or Ontario can't drive in BC. It just means they may have a bit of problems with the mountains if they're not qualified. Now, if you have a good carrier and you're a good driver, you're not going to go to a place where you can't drive. But anyway, I don't think we're never going to see provinces give up. They're going to continue to issue the licenses. That's the way we're a federation. But I think what the goal is, or what the discussion about, is having national standards, making sure that when you have a license in one province or the other, that you will have been trained and to a certain standard. It's things like that.
We put a lot of credence in names. Names are so important, going back to the Bible itself, what is the name of God and things like that. So names. I saw a survey last week, guys, and in the survey it said that 46% of the people surveyed in America would prefer a centralized government for the entire nation out of Washington, D.C. Well, in other words, one government for all 50 states, no more states' rights. It would be much better. But this country here, south of the border, is not America. This is not America. This is the United States of America. Should Canada be called the United? Should the official name of Canada, not be Canada, but be the United Provinces of Canada or the Federated Provinces of Canada? Is there any kind of credence to that?
I don't think we need a name change.
Okay.
I think I think most people here feel very strongly that the way our government works, they like that. I mean, we have provincial, and it's divided up. Federal government has responsibility for certain things, and so do provinces. It just happens that in transportation, a lot of the responsibility for rules and regulations and that sort of thing is provincial, because it's a heavily regulated industry when you come right down to it, when it comes to vehicle weights and dimensions and safety and licensing and all that sort of stuff. But that being said, there's a very strong, and it's getting stronger by the day, there's a very strong sense of being united, that all those provinces work together under a federal government. And we have what we call first ministers, which are the premiers of all those provinces and territories in the federal ministry. And they in fact, they're meeting today. It's starting a 3-day meeting today in Ontario, the premiers and the prime ministers joining them tomorrow, and certainly these things are going to be very high on the agenda. But I think, Park, one of the other things that we were talking about that there was some pretty interesting discussion about was, developing a universal carrier safety rating, those kinds of things, where provinces at least can have access to each other's database and share. I mean, I think that was pretty high on the agenda too, wouldn't you say?
That was really high on the agenda, actually. The carriers were pushing that pretty heavily. And I think that's probably really even more critical than a quote-unquote federal license for drivers, because right now, with the way the safety ratings are built, each province, of course, manages their own. So we have jurisdictions that, and the example I used in the note that I sent would be like a speeding ticket, for example. If a carrier driver was caught speeding, that would go onto the carrier's safety profile and onto the driver's record. So if Manitoba puts 4 points on that speeding violation, Ontario might put 2 or 3. So when you start looking at these violations from 10,000 feet, a carrier in Manitoba might have like more demerit points than Ontario, but fewer violations. So it's really hard to compare apples to apples when you've got a different measuring stick, really, is what it boils down to. And it gets way more complicated than that. So what's happening as a result of this dodgy carrier safety rating system is carriers, the sketchy carriers, tend to move around the country and look for jurisdictions that have lower thresholds for points and places where you can get away with more. And if your safety rating goes to hell in one province, you just move to another one and start up all over again, the chameleon carrier problem. So by establishing a level playing field, that is a safety rating system that compares equally all the violations, all the things that you do right or wrong, and then monitoring it at a federal level and sharing all these databases together, then those sketchy carriers will show up a lot more easily, and the insurance companies and the shippers and regulators can spot these people more easily and take action against them.
I'm going to
So
say something.
That's a pretty important process.
There's something here and this is why I brought you guys back on. There's an existential issue here because let's just say that this stuff all goes into effect. I mean, people don't realize this is one of the key ways in which a central government, a federal government, actually strengthens itself because it then becomes the de facto determinant of the movement of goods and freights and services throughout throughout the entire country. You talk about the idea of if a carrier can move from province to province, if a driver has different rules by which they can engage in the road, if in fact each law enforcement agency has different rules of engagement, all of that kind of stuff. When that goes out the window, and it all goes back to kind of an overall shared province sort of approach, this actually strengthens the federal government of Canada. It gives it immense power. I mean, this is essentially a nonviolent version of the argument the United States had in 1860. It doesn't involve slavery, I understand that. But we're talking about, for the first time, Canada really talking about giving its central government some real teeth when it comes to the highways and byways of the country. Is that fair?
Well, I
think that.
Yeah. Okay. What do you say about that, Park? I
was going to say, yeah, I'll be quick, and then you can have it. I don't think the federal government is making a power grab here. I think the provinces and the industry itself agrees that while the way Canada is governed, goes back to constitutional times. When the provinces were given responsibilities for certain jurisdictions and things they have to regulate, it doesn't really work in the transportation sense when you have a national issue here. Like, all the provinces can have their own little safety ratings and their own weights and dimensions rules. That's all fine. But at some point, because international or interprovincial commerce you get in the way of interprovincial commerce when you have all these rules. So if you take them all down and come up with a common denominator, a whole pile of common denominators, everything becomes clearer and easier to manage and deal with. The problem is, from a existential perspective, that's not the way we do things here in Canada.
Right.
The provinces have authority over various things, and they're not going to relinquish that anytime soon. So it's not that the federal government's stepping in going, okay, step aside, everybody, we're taking over here. It's just they finally sort of realized that this Canadian dream of how we do things isn't working that well.
Well, and that's what I'm saying.
And we need to come up with a better idea.
I'm not suggesting a power grab here. I'm suggesting that sometimes that when you get like a centralization of federal power, I don't mean that as a negative or a positive, but it's it's inescapable. I don't think that the federal government of Canada is up to this giant power grab. I think it's one of those things where they're saying either we all hang together or we all hang separately. In that sense, and the idea that becomes a moment where we have to do this. I mean, is there an urgency about this? Go ahead, Dave.
Well, I was going to try to draw some kind of a parallel here, if I could. The FM, speed limiters. Okay, ATA comes out for speed limiters, and then and then Congress says to FMCSA, okay, do speed limiters. So the early iteration of it was,
actually, Congress said stick
what do you think? Yeah, FMCSA asked the trucking industry, well, what do you think? 62, 65, 68? You pick a number and we'll see if it works. In other words, they tried to drag this out and delay it for as long as they could, and they made it, and they were successful at it. My question, this may be Dave's dumb question of the year, does the federal government really want to change this? Do they really want to have this 100% into their bailiwick now, or are they pretty well? Let the provinces handle that.
Are they kind of like no thank you, no thank you, no thank you? I mean, nobody seems to be itching to do this.
Yeah, exactly.
It goes to Jim's point. The idea isn't a grab. It's like we got to do it, I guess, right?
Okay, I just want to jump in here and clarify something. First of all, the big picture, what our country is trying to do, federal and provincial, we're trying to strengthen our domestic economy. And just in defense of a lot of those, government decisions and that actions or non-actions and all that stuff we've been talking about with, east-west trade and what we call barriers and that sort of thing. It hasn't been a priority because our focus has been on north-south trade. Don't forget, our trucks carried 90% of the trade back and forth across the U.S. border. So we were more concerned that the top priority in those committees were things, dealing with border issues and making the trade routes and making it smoother to get that stuff back and forth across the border. The reason, of course, that all of that has changed is that it's possible with all the stuff that your government is talking about, that some of those, and for some industries it's already happened, that those, it's not going to be, those markets aren't going to be there. And so this is why we're looking at not just internal trade, but also our trade with other countries. And, but having said that, we should keep in mind that over 90% of the Canadian exports, like right now, today, going to the U.S., are still tariff-free under the Canada-U.S.-Mexico agreement. That's still happening. And so there's some, many industries that have been able to kind of make it go. It's big things that we hear about, steel and aluminum and automobiles and that sort of thing, where they are affected, because those are things where there's either tariff or threats of tariff. So
we're out of time, guys. I mean, like I said, we tried to get it all squeezed in there, and we still ran out of time. It's an ongoing conversation. It's really kind of exciting, by the way. Thank you both for showing up on a Monday. We really appreciate it. Joanne Ritchie, Jim Park.
How can we be out of time?
The clock is our own version of the central government.
Yeah, it governs everything. The clock is our existential crisis. Thank you both. We love you all. Get out of here. We'll talk to you soon.
We're still trading back and forth with you guys. Don't worry about it.
Oh, we have no worries with the best neighbors in the world. No country has a better neighbor in the world than the United States does to its northern border. Full stop. If you disagree, name them. Good luck. Belarus is not a good trading partner. We'll be right back.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
This is Nemo Nation, and you're riding shotgun once again with Dave Nemo and Jimmy Mack live from New Orleans.
Live from New Orleans at the Fastport studio. By the way, Fastport's out there solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They do it through research. They do it through technology. Most importantly, they do it through people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, learn more at fastport.org, fastport.com, or nationalapprenticeship.org. Check them out, guys. They're doing a lot of great work. They're doing a lot of the Lord's work, making sure that people actually get that purpose-driven life, not just in the military, but outside of it. Good morning to you, Mr. Nemo.
Good morning, Jimmy Mack.
It was an important conversation. We're going to keep on having it with them. There's a lot of things they're discussing.
That's big stuff.
I mean, and like I said,
it's as big as it gets.
I'm picking on
this industry.
I'm picking on the Canadians. They're like, no. Sorry, it's not about that. It's totally about that. I mean, I love them. But that's what it's about. I mean, the federal government may not be engaged in a power grab. I'm glad Jim clarified that. But everybody seems to be like, we got to do this. There's that real kind of resignation sense that we got to do this. And the irony is that if it in fact happens, if these changes go through, Canada will be less like another state than it ever has been before. That if in fact those walls go across the Canadian border and the tariffs in fact are amplified and Canada centralizes its government, it will become more like a, and it's got, and part of it is the fact that it's got to become a modern economy. In many ways, it's a supply chain. It provides a lot of raw goods and a lot of lumber, a lot of oil, a lot of groovy stuff comes from Canada, but it's a lot of raw material. Centralized government, stronger centralized government, actually means more like a nation and might make them a stronger counterparty as well, too. We don't know how it's going to play out, but it's obvious they're kind of saying, you want to do it? No. You want to do it? No, I want to do it. Who's going to do it? We got another friend show back up here. Guy we got a chance to talk to last time, who friend of the show. We're a fan of his. Mike Gaffin, by the way, is the Boston Trucker, and he is a man with a plan to get you all kinds of great content at the Boston Trucker over on the Tube of You. Mike, welcome back. It's good to have you.
Awesome. Thank you for having me back. It's definitely an honor to be back on the Nemo Nation on YouTube. Welcome to YouTube, guys.
Well, I'm on YouTube right now, and I'm looking at your comments. I want to thank you for, it's so cool. Back when we were on, radio, you could be listening and you'd want to comment, but we'd never know it. But now you made a comment about Chris and the tolls up in Rhode Island. Do you go into Rhode Island quite a bit, where Chris Maxwell was talking about?
Not as much as I used to, but I mean, the congestion in Rhode Island is as terrible as it is. Never mind putting tolls through there, and I avoid downtown Providence as much as I can. So I don't know. I don't think it's a good idea. You've had some great topics this morning, especially the Project 61. That definitely hits home with a lot of drivers, and definitely hit home with my family. And I just love this rapid fire program you got going on. It's great.
Well, thank you. I'll tell you what, that is like 99.999% of our folks are saying pretty much the same thing. I'm just the guy that's trying to get into the game here. But
it's so funny because Dave finds himself fighting the old format a lot of the time, because he'll get to the end and he'll get a really interesting insight and he'll go to share it. I look at him and we give him the 30-second signal. And so we may have to build in time at the end of the show for Dave to have a moment with Dave where he kind of sums up all the thoughts and ideas. I wanted to ask you about Rhode Island as a way of a bigger picture too, because you talk about the idea, and look, Rhode Island is maybe it's a gated community performing as a state. And I don't want to pick on our friends there, because they did give us H.P. Lovecraft, and without him there would be no Robert E. Howard. There's all kind of groovy stuff I love out of Rhode Island. It's the last state I ever visited. I've been to all 50 states, and ironically, I went to Alaska before I actually ever put foot in Rhode Island. I kid you not. That's the absolute truth. So can you kind of talk about the idea, given the fact that you are the Boston Trucker, sure. and driving up there is a very different experience than, say, driving in the Great American West, where it's like wide open spaces. Wow. Can you talk a little bit about what it's like to pre-trip in a place where stop and start becomes second nature, even though you have a couple of places? Yeah. Talk about that a little bit.
It is second nature. There's heavy congestion. You can't be in a hurry. People are just me first. Most of the cars, some of the truck drivers. It's difficult. And, I just came back from the West Coast. I did the truck driver's dream vacation. You know how when you're a truck driver, and I ran coast to coast for 20 years, you see all these awesome places that you want to stop, and you go, someday I'm going to stop there, and you never do. And it's such a difference driving out there. 30 years ago, I took a load from Brooks, Oregon, down to Half Moon Bay, California, down to PCH, over the Golden Gate. Then I had to leave my trailer in Half Moon Bay, and I bobtailed down to Monterey, which I never did back in those days. But I had like 24 hours till I had to get my load of nursery stock, and then head out to Long Island. And I went down to Monterey, and I was driving around, and I was thinking, man, one day I'm going to bring people that I love here. It's so beautiful in in this area along the coast. And I bought a mug that's a Cannery Row from Monterey, and I still use that mug to this day. And I was there last week with my wife and my 2 kids. They're 19 and 14, and my son's girlfriend. And my daughter noticed the sign that said Cannery Row, and she goes, "Dad, don't you have that on a mug?" And I said, "Well, yes, sweetie, I do. I've had that mug for 30 years." And I go, I always wanted to bring my family to a place like this, places I saw from the windshield of a truck, and share that with him. And she said, "Oh, that's awesome, Dad. Hey, by the way, does the next hotel have a pool?" So, figures, kids. But a lot different driving out there in the Midwest. Every region is just different driving and different driving schools. But I'll say the people on the West Coast, I didn't get cut off once. I didn't get tailgated. It was a very noticeable experience compared to out here in Boston and Rhode Island.
Oh, let me tell you something, man. When I moved out to Seattle for 4 years, and there are people who are going to call and say stuff like, "That's not true." It's totally true. I couldn't believe how easy it was to merge. I was almost kind of creeped out about it. I was creeped out by people like, "Oh, no." I'm like, did he just slow down and let me in? Is he like, because the attitude in New Orleans, I won't lie to you, Mike, is people don't put their blinkers on because their attitude is, why is it your business what I'm doing? And people don't let you merge on the 6-10 split because their attitude is, I worked really long and hard to get to this lane, it's mine, and you can't have it. And to get out to Seattle and have people be like, "Oh, no, I'll drop back or I'll speed up. Here's some space for you." I'm like, it's an ambush. There's a trap.
Yeah.
There's some kind of setup.
It's funny. It's like, let's be friends. No, we don't need to be friends. Just let me over.
Around here, it's all about the lane. When I leave my house, I get into the lane that I need to be when I get there, and I just stay in that lane no matter what happens.
That is the way to do it. Pick a lane and stay in it.
Exactly.
That's how I taught my son. You don't need to be jumping in. If you're jumping in and out of lanes, you're doing it wrong. Just slow down and get that following distance, and you'll be good.
I was thinking about you when you brought up Cannery Row. One of the final lines of the novel Cannery Row by John Steinbeck, which is appropriate for trucking in your life, is, "Once again the world was spinning in greased grooves." And I think that's kind of an appropriate kind of take on it.
True.
So where your adventures take, I had another follow-up question we didn't get a chance to ask the last time you were on. So I know what you're dealing with in the Northeast Corridor. I know about the bottlenecks and the stop and go and the constant gridlock that go on. And yet so much of your content really is upbeat. How do you maintain such a positive attitude given the morons you deal with on a regular basis? Remember, the whole thing about making friends in life, if you make enough, you'll meet some morons. And you've met more than your fair share. So how do you manage to maintain such a positive attitude? Because let's face it, unless you're a ranter and a raver, the only way you kind of maintain people on a YouTube channel is by having some kind of positive energy. How do you do it?
Well, it's also good editing, too.
I love it.
Yeah,
it's a family show, and I'm aware of that. And then there were different times in my life where I threw out a curse here and there, and then I hear from those dads. They're like, "Hey, we watch with our kids on Sunday morning. Can you curb the language?" So, I'm a pretty positive person. I come from a long line of negative people, so I don't know how that happened. But just try to stay positive. You can't take things too seriously, and we're out here doing a job. This is our office, and people just don't recognize that, and it's just part of the job. I don't get flustered too often, and when I do, it gets edited out. So
remember this though too. Sometimes the double negative makes a positive. 2 no's often operate to a yes. I'm saying no to your no, which means I'm saying yes. Maybe you got enough negativity in there that it finally reversed the polarity of who you are. Where are you headed next? What is the day looking like for you, and what can we expect in regards to cool content?
I just put up a great video yesterday from the 8th annual Gear Jam magazine truck show. We had a great truck show, and we had 600 trucks raising charity for the Doug Flutie Foundation. Check out that video. I'm just trucking up and down New England here, hauling gravel, doing my thing. You can find me on 95 and Route 2 daily and weekly videos on YouTube. Check me out.
The other thing is, too, I'm so glad to hear you were involved in that because I know you saw our friend Dean Croak, who's very important to us over here, who gives us a whole bunch of great content. And I'm so glad you're involved with the Flutie Foundation. We're big supporters of them because my nephew Henry, he's on the spectrum and he's going to need care for the rest of his life. And so this means a lot. This means a lot to a lot of people out there. Are you just going there for the fun and supporting a good cause, or do you have a dog in that hunt? in regards to supporting?
All of the above. I mean, what I love about all the truck shows, they're all supporting great charities. I go there for the people. The trucks are kind of the background. I'm a huge truck lover. I bring my truck that I drive every day. I show it. I give it my all. But I'm there for the people. I get content from it too. But I've been going to truck shows since the 90s with Matt's and Walcott in Vegas, and so I'm an old truck show goer. And I just love meeting people and being a mentor to people. And Dean saved me a spot right next to his truck. It was great. And he said, well, it's like attracting honey to flies. People are gonna come to see your truck, and that means they're going to come see my truck. So it was a great outing.
I kind of want to just we got a couple more minutes left, Mike. You made a comment. I'm going to circle back to Project 61 and Jeremy Raymer's comment. When you talk to folks out there on the road, not so much for the podcast and stuff like that. When we're just talking to drivers, you talk to so many folks. Is health and well-being and diet and stuff like that? Does that ever come into the conversations with folks?
It comes in the conversation with me quite often. It hits home with me, and I try to talk to my subscribers about it. It can be a boring subject sometimes, so I try not to talk about it ad nauseum. But my dad was an owner operator, and he was a bodybuilder in the 70s. A Teamster, deregulation happened, went over the road, and he got heavier and heavier to the point where now he can't walk anymore. He lives in a rehabilitation center, and I was very heavy when I got off the road, and it's just such a sedimentary lifestyle that we got to do better. We got to the age of 61 is the average age of truckers dying nowadays. We got to get it up to 80, 90 years old, and yeah, it's a big deal, and I do like to talk about it, and I definitely try taking care of myself by bringing food with me and forcing myself to go to the gym twice a week or walk or something. It's just so important. We definitely have to do better in that realm.
Yeah, and it's so much fun, too, to realize that there are people like our good friend Junker who actually texts me every morning about his location and what his load is. He's trying to get a load to come down here to New Orleans for the party that we're having. But he's a guy who's in his 70s, and he's in pretty good shape. So the other good news is that there are men and women out there. And by the way, everybody needs to lay off the nonsense is, it's all metabolism. It's not metabolism. It's calories consumed, guys. Knock it off. It's like, I got a thyroid condition. No, you don't. No, you don't. And by the way, there are things that make it difficult for people. Some people have a propensity towards sugar addiction. I get it. There's some real challenges that go on there. But at the end of the day, hardly anybody in the trucking industry is running caloric deficits. And until you do, you're not going to lose weight. That's it, right?
100%. And we all have our crutches, and it's okay to have a donut in the morning, but then watch yourself.
Thank
the rest
you.
Of the day. My crutch, but you're welcome. What's your favorite kind of donut, by the way?
Oh my God! So the one across the street, and Andre will back me up here. The ladies across the street make a chocolate sprinkled donut, which I never liked before until I had theirs. When I get there in the morning, it's come off the rack, so the chocolate is still warm and wet. But here's the punchline. The lady looked at me and she said, there's no sugar in the actual donut. And I went, what are you talking about? She said, there's enough sugar in that chocolate and them sprinkles to last you a lifetime. She said, that donut is a big butter vehicle delivery system. And I was like, outstanding. But yeah, you have it in the morning and, and you got to kind of burn it off the rest of the day. Yeah. It's 400 calories, man. Most donuts are about 400 calories. And that's like, you're 1/5 of the way where your gas tank runs out. That's it.
You drink some water, have a salad for lunch, have some fruits and vegetables, you'll be okay.
Yeah, I think so.
The best part of that donut is licking that chocolate off your fingers, am I right?
Oh, my God, especially that morning. And it's like these ladies are like, I walk in now, Mike, and they literally look at me and they go, don't tell me. I know what it is. I got there, and they won't let you charge, if you're making a purchase less than $5, Dave, they won't let you charge it on your card. And I totally get it. Woman came in and wanted 2 donuts. The bus driver from the RTA. Woman stopped her bus, put on the lights. She was running ahead of schedule. And she came in and she said, I don't have the money. And they said, well, and I said, you know what? I said, I'm getting a couple of donuts. Put her donuts on mine. So I bought an RTA driver a couple of donuts this morning. Made me feel good. She was like, I saw her having her coffee, eating her donut, and then she drove off with the rest of the morning. You should come down here, Mike. We need to see you down here, brother.
Absolutely. We were just talking about that with my wife yesterday. Where should we go on vacation next? And she said New Orleans. I said that's a great choice. Maybe we'll do that.
September or October, or anytime after September or October is fantastic, all the way until March. You,
Okay.
you skip the hurricanes and you skip the heat. We'd love to have you, and we love talking to you. You're welcome back anytime, Mike. Please be
Thank
safe.
you very much.
And give us a shout out
I
on
will.
your
Thank you,
your
guys.
amazing YouTube channel. Please do that for us.
Of course.
Thank-
Of course I will.
Thank
Take
you,
care,
sir.
guys.
All righty, man.
Mike Gaffin, the Boston trucker.
Oh my
Great
God.
guy. Really
And that
glad we got
content
a
is
chance to meet
fantastic.
him.
That content is
Yeah,
fantastic.
yeah,
He
it's really
ju-
good.
and like I said, it does have some, but okay, how about this? As far as Bostonians and New Englanders go, he's pretty positive.
Yeah.
As far as
compared to what?
my brother John once said that I asked him, was there any place worse driving than Boston? And he said, yeah, Dublin. And I said, well, what's the difference? He said in Boston, at least they let you know they almost killed you. In Dublin, they just keep on going. And he said the rule in Dublin is when in doubt, accelerate. 615-292-NEMO.
Yes. That
Nope,
is
you got to
the
say
phone.
the number. You got to say it. I didn't spell your name.
Now I get it. You want me to replace those letters with numbers.
Yeah, now you get to say it. Say the number.
Okay, the numbers are 6, 3, 6, 6. And I think we have a winner. Do we have a winner? Not yet.
Oh, my God. He totally missed it, didn't he? I went 615-292-NEMO because it would spare him, as he said before on the show earlier, I don't like to self-aggrandize myself. Okay, so I took the Nemo out. Say the number.
6366.
No, say the number of the entire number.
Oh, you want the full
number.
1 615 292 6366.
Go ahead, Andre.
I love when dad and dad fight.
I'm not fighting with him. I'm letting people know what I deal with on a regular basis. I'm Dave. I get to have fun.
Yeah.
Everybody else do the job. Woo!
I get to hang out. So yeah, call that number, guys. You got 12 minutes. Here's a phone call.
I'm good at this because I've been doing it all my life.
There you
I'm
go.
that guy.
That guy, not that guy. That guy.
No, that guy is another guy. I could never reach the level of that guy.
That guy, by the way, on this day in 1973, Hammerin' Hank Aaron hit his 700th home run. It's been 50 years to the day that Joe Torre did something no other baseball player in Major League history did. He hit into 4 double plays in one game.
Wow.
Well, that's talk about, and his team lost 5-4. Talk about inning killing, man. There's a great line about double plays. Anybody brings an unwelcome guest into your house, throw them both out. Baseball rule of etiquette number 1. Also on this day in '88, you were a big Seinfeld fan, right?
Yeah.
So you remember the line when George Steinbrenner goes to tell George Costanza's parents, mistakenly, that George is dead? And George's dad, the only thing he can say to Steinbrenner is, how could you trade Buhner for Ken Phelps? On this day, the Yankees in 1988 traded prospect Jay Bruner for Ken Phelps. Phelps went nowhere. Buhner now is one of the most popular players in Mariners history. He played for them for well over a decade and is in the Seattle Mariners Hall of Fame. I told you the opening day of the Japanese Meiji Yasudo Ladies Tournament last Wednesday was canceled when a bear was spotted on the course of the Sendai Golf Club. On Wednesday, this is the statement they issued. On Wednesday, a bear sighting on the course was reported and the Pro-Am tournament was canceled to protect the safety of participants, players, and staff. On other golf news, big congratulations to Scotty Scheffler. He won the British Open yesterday, and he is one of the quietest players in golf. You've ever heard of him?
No.
You've heard of Rory McIlroy, though, right?
Yes.
That name rings a bell. McIlroy, who just actually completed the Grand Slam, only one of 6 golfers in history to do it, is not the greatest golfer in the world, although he's won 2 majors. It's Scheffler, who is a remarkable player who deliberately avoids the limelight because when he tried to be in it and tried to do all the things that you're supposed to do, putting himself out there rather than working on his craft, he wasn't as good.
Mm-hmm.
He is the quietest, most unassuming, low-key player who just keeps making shots. Here's what Jordan Spieth said about him. In many ways, it reflects a lot of the drivers out there. And this will make perfect sense. Listen to this great quote. Because a lot of other golfers had a lot of great quotes about Scheffler and his greatness, his quiet greatness. He doesn't care to be a superstar. He's not transcending the game like Tiger did. He's not bringing it to a non-golf audience necessarily. He doesn't want to go do the stuff that a lot of us go do corporately, anything like that. He just wants to get away from the game and separate the two, because I know that he felt it was too much, that he was taking it with him. I think it's so much more the difference in personality from any other superstar that you've seen in the modern era, and maybe in any sport. I don't think anybody is like him. The greatest golfer in the world, who won the British Open yesterday, is a name that Dave Nemo did not know.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, he's on the level of Tiger Woods, who you've heard of, Jack Nicklaus, who you've heard of, Arnold Palmer, who you've heard of, Phil Mickelson. I could go on and name dozens of names that you would recognize instantly, and yet you and many other people don't know who Scotty Scheffler is.
In 2025, it's astounding that there is a guy in that position like that, because I didn't know anybody else could hold out like that.
Yeah, I mean, he just literally made the decision that greatness was more important to him than recognition. This is what Shane Lowry had to say about him. If Scotty's feet stayed stable and his swing looked like Adam Scott's, we'd be talking about him in the same words as Tiger Woods. I just think because it doesn't look so perfect, we don't talk about him like that. I think he's just incredible to watch. Xander Schauffele said that he's doing Tiger-like stuff. This is what his rivals are saying about him. He won the British Open by 4 shots in Northern Ireland at Royal Portrush on Sunday to earn a 4th major title. We may see something we haven't seen in a long time. 2 guys win the Grand Slam, the whole salami, every single major, which would make him only the 7th person in PGA history to ever do that in over 100 years of golf. And nobody knows who he is. Golfers know who he is.
Yeah.
People who love golf know who he is. But I'm telling you, Dave, if you look at him, he's one of the most unassuming looking human beings. And I bring this up in regards to trucking. By the way, this sports report was brought to you by Shady Rays. You should go to shadyrays.com. They have great lost and broken protection programs. They really have terrific customer service. It's actually true, guys. Both Lindsay and I have Shady Rays. They do a terrific job. They've got your back at shadyrays.com. But it's just a remarkable story. And it's a remarkable story because of the lack of remarkability about it. We don't remark a lot about it, and I thought I would take a moment, just like all the quiet men and women out there who seem to be dedicated rather than, bloviating on the air or invading the space. That's why I think it's so important what Mike Gaffin does. He's just a driver, an articulate one, a smart one, a funny one, a likable guy, but there isn't a wide expressive political opinions on his channel.
No.
It's like Alex Nino, same thing. Just a good family guy, doing his job, enjoying doing the job on the road, getting a little further down. It really is groovy stuff, and it is, congratulations to him. It's a big deal.
His latest, he talked about his latest video on his podcast site. He's at the Gear Jammer's 8th annual Big Rig Show, so there's that. But a few days ago, he did one just called Just Trying to Get a Hamburger.
And we're just trying to get a phone call in here. We got one. Drop it in, Dre. Who do I got? Mark, good morning to you, man.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all doing today?
Fantastic, Mark. Good morning.
Who's that in the
Good morning.
background? Who's that in the background?
That was my daughter, Claire, the youngest one.
Hi, Claire.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. Nice.
I was the one in the hospital back in November.
Well, welcome out of the hospital.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mark's your dad.
Welcome not being in the hospital. That's a good place to be.
We had an adventure on Saturday.
What happened?
Our power. Well, our house is currently unlivable because we have no power because the line that goes from the demarcation point of the utility company to the meter is so old and frayed that it's sparking and knocking the transformer offline.
I'm actually relieved to hear that, and let me tell you why it's important to hear that. Because I was going to say you drive too much to have your power cut off. I was just going to say that right quickly. And the irony of a guy who drives gasoline getting their power cut off is just not a good thing. So I'm glad to hear that it's actually a problem they can fix as opposed to one that you caused. Well done. Carry on.
Yeah.
We told them to fix it last year.
Yeah, it started last year. So.
Oh wow. Welcome to America. Welcome to America.
Exactly.
Real.
But Besides that, we're having fun sitting in a hotel right now.
Okay, well, be safe, be well, because we're going to run out of time here, Mark. But Mark got in there. And by the way, hello, daughter. Good to meet you. Good to get a shout out from you. Be safe, be well. Thank you, Mark.
We actually
Go ahead.
We actually have the whole family in here.
Oh, wow.
Holy
Well,
Mary,
let's get a
Mother.
roll call. Let's get a roll
Yeah,
call.
everybody say their name.
Say
Come on, let's
hi,
go.
Say hi, family.
They got their Matthew and Junior have their earbuds in. They're not paying any attention.
Say hi. Say hi, family. Hi, family. Oh my God.
What? Well, I hope we gave everybody a laugh on the radio today, and I think on this note, hey, Dre, hit that button. Get us out of here.
Oh, well done, by the way, Dre. And by the way, guys, if you don't know, half the population of Nemo Nation actually lives with Mark. We'll be back after this break. Our good friend Louis Pugh is going to show up here. By the way, Kevin, our good friend, Trucker Boson, says the golf course is my cathedral. Steve says a true player will play the game to enjoy the game and not the fame. Marshall Platter says he doesn't do commercials for drugs. Well said. By the way, Paul says, speaking of bears, a bunch of them were spotted in a store in Branson, Missouri. Total true story. A Walmart store. That is a completely true story. You can find that on the wires, Dave. And our good friend Marty, right next door, over at the Degas house, Chef Marty says, hashtag RGR. Hashtag Louis Pugh. Mr. Pugh goes to Washington. Pew, 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 pew. As Lindsay would say, Lindsay's coming in town. Look busy, guys. Get busy. Madison is making images. Dre's pushing buttons. Dave is making mischief. And Louis Pugh is going to be here.
I love the show. Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Want to make your diesel engine cleaner and more efficient? Pittsburgh Power's Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can reduce your soot output by 60% and increase your thermal efficiency. Max Mileage keeps your engine and emission systems functioning at its best. Less soot means a longer engine and emission component life, drastically fewer regens, and better performance. Take the first step towards a cleaner, more efficient ride. Visit PittsburghPower.com and order your Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst today. Drive cleaner, drive smarter.
Well, I'll tell you what. That's my cue to hit that good old thing and say we are live from Fastport Studios at good old NOLA, baby. Jimmy, Dave, take it away.
Nashville to NOLA gets closer by the minute, of course. Lindsay Lawler is en route. Louis Pugh is busy in the halls of Washington, D.C. He's going to drop in just a little bit here. If he doesn't make it, we understand, man. He is moving and shaking. And by the way, you know what I really hate, Dave, is when people say, the hoi polloi. I'm like, the hoi polloi is not the hoity-toity. You know that, right? When people say, oh, hanging out with the hoi polloi, that means you're hanging out with, like, the street urchins and the maddening crowd.
Oh, hoi polloi, yeah.
The hoi polloi is not the hoity-toity. Hoity-toity is very different than the hoi polloi. Don't let the hoi confuse you.
You know, there were a lot of when I was a little boy, in the 50s now, I was a little boy, on television, the cartoons that they showed on television were pretty old, and a lot of them were from the 1930s. We didn't know the difference. And a lot of cartoons were things like a guy has a shop where he sells china ware, plates and dishes and cups and stuff like that. Yeah, yeah. And he closes up, and then all the plates and the forks and the spoons and everything come to life, and they tear things up all over there. And then when he comes back to work to the shop the next morning, they all jump back up on the shelves. That's the kind of cartoons I grew up with. But
with music going,
exactly.
and you can hear like you get somebody playing a small little guitar, and somebody's got a little trumpet or horn. I don't. Yeah, those kind of merry melodies.
Merry Melodies, yeah.
Not bad, huh? Pretty
That's
good, huh?
stuff.
Yeah, I like Merry Melodies a lot.
But there was a cartoon, but a lot of it had to do with the Depression. And I'll never forget. You know how you can just remember some little thing from your childhood? I'll never forget this cartoon where these young kids were on the street. It was sort of like Tiny Tim in A Christmas Story, or
A Christmas Carol.
Carol by
they would have kicked Tiny in the Christmas Story. They'd have kicked Tiny Tim down the slide.
Yeah.
You'll
that's
shoot
right.
your eye out.
Yeah.
Ho ho ho.
Wow.
The crutch follows. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And this big fat guy, he ordered up this plate of food. And they're standing outside of a restaurant, looking in the window. This guy orders up this gigantic, just platter of food. You know, it's just unreal. Look, I had a whole turkey on it. And this big fat guy, he takes his knife and fork and he cuts an olive in half.
Nice.
Puts it in his mouth and eats it, wipes his mouth and throws his napkin down, and he was done. And these kids are watching him outside. That's the kind of cartoons I used to watch.
I have a little blast from the past. One of the ones I'm obsessed about. I told you about Dangerous Dan McBluto. You know, by the way, is not Popeyes. Is not Popeye's rival. Is not Bluto. Dangerous Dan McBluto is a warm up for, get ready, Droopy.
Oh, Droopy.
So, but Dangerous
Droopy was
Dan,
weird.
Dangerous Dan McBluto though it's a crazy thing. He's the owner of a fur farm. Oh, it's that actually there are two Dan McBlutos. One is Popeye's Dan McBluto. It's crazy because he comes in and everybody's like terrified of Dangerous Dan McBluto, and this guy comes into the Klondike and he wants to challenge Dan McBluto, and then the whole bar's like, it's Dangerous Dan McBluto, and this little tiny guy walks in, hello everybody, I'm Dan McBluto, and of course it's just silly and stupid until the guy makes him angry. And of course he utterly turns it into Destry rides again. He just cleans the bar with the dude. Everybody's like, Dangerous Dan, man. Dangerous Dan. Welcome back.
Bluto is too good a name to use just once.
Yeah.
Bluto, man, that's
Bluto.
Like the best name.
Remember they changed it to Brutus too?
No, I don't remember
Yeah,
that.
the later cartoons changed it to
Did they?
Brutus, and the reason they do it is so many kids were just saying Brutus. They just said, you know what, let's the heck with it. Let's just go with Brutus.
Isn't that something?
Bluto.
Wow.
Bluto, yeah.
Wow.
It's like just crazy. Really fun show today. Let's kind of go through some stuff here really quickly. We talked to our good friend Tyson Fisher, the associate editor over at Landline, by the way, and I want to remind people he's got a great story that you guys should check out. It's important you read it because it's about, the story is a micro story that actually opens up into a bigger picture. Do you understand what I'm saying when I say that, Dave?
Mm-hmm.
The idea that the story is very specific. It's about a large trucking company, Knight, owing money to job seekers in Washington State for wasting their time, failing to include a wage scale in the job post. This is the second mega carrier to settle a pay transparency lawsuit in the state. I think the story in its specificity reminds us that truckers, because of social media and because of the better understanding of shows like this, shows like Dean Croak's, content like Dean Croak, lots of great stuff like a lot of the guests we have on the show on a regular basis. Because of that content, truckers know their rights better, have an understanding of that. They work with lawyers to get for more transparency. I think transparency for truckers is going to be one of the great issues moving forward over the next decade or so.
Ooh, boy, I'll tell you what, that's going to be something. We didn't have time earlier, but I'm going to go ahead and run through the list of states that actually have transparency laws in effect in terms of wages and advertising wages. And they're in alphabetical order. You ready? California, Colorado, Connecticut, Washington, D.C., Hawaii, Illinois, Maryland, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Nevada, New Jersey, New York, Ohio, Rhode Island, Vermont, Washington, and no, Louisiana is not on that list.
By the way, guys, if you are from a southern state, you got to keep the keep the push persistent, as I like to say.
Mhm.
Or as former mayor of the city of New Orleans, Ernest Morial, for whom the convention center is named after, he would always say, keep the drive alive. But keep that push persistent. Let your representatives, your state and local reps, let them know. hey, man, you got to get some more transparency around here. That's really, really important. Our good friend Tyson Fisher, the story is called "Another Trucking Giant Owes Applicants for Vague Job Pay Info." Chris Maxwell joined us, and we left so much on the table. And Dave, can you kind of give us an example of a few of the things we didn't get to, so when next time Chris gets here, people have a sense of what that is?
Well,
he, by the way, really quickly, is the president and CEO of the Rhode Island Trucking Association. Sorry about that. Go on.
Oh, sure. But we talked about the tolls, so we won't rehash that. But one of the things, the thing that we really didn't get to is something that we're going to zero in on exclusively next time Chris joins us, and that is the new controversy surrounding the Washington Bridge. The guy who designed the bridge came out not too long ago with an editor. Well, it was a letter to the editor type of a thing, and it was. He basically has criticized Rhode Island DOT because they told a lot of mistruths about what was really going on with that bridge and what was wrong with the bridge and why it didn't need to be torn down and on and on and on and on.
We're going to check we're going to check our next two Nemo Nations. We fill up pretty fast, but if we have any space available, we need to tell Claire and Marie to make sure that the sooner the better we get Chris back to kind of unpack that. That's important.
Yeah.
That's an important thing to dig into, especially since it's Rhode Island, and our friend Mike Gaffin pointed that out as well. Before we get to the rest of what the show was today, and you can check all of the stuff that you missed over on YouTube, we will post each individual interview separately so you can consume it in small bites. That's what we do over here. Thank you guys for taking the ride. We got a phone call, by the way. Excited about this call, by the way. It's Mike calling from Alberta. He's got a few things for you and I, but he's also got some Canada calling comments as well.
Fantastic.
Hey, Mike, welcome aboard.
Hey, good to talk to you again, Jimmy. How are you, sir?
I am fine, man. Welcome back. It's good to actually hear your voice. Is this the first time you've been on Road Gang? I know we've talked before, but this is your first Road Gang appearance?
Yeah, it is, and I got to tell you, I love this format. I love this show. I'm listening to it every morning, and it's getting addictive. It's like my morning cup of coffee, and it just flows so nice, and I just absolutely love it.
Mike, that means, and I will say this, some people have a problem with it. I don't. Thank you very much. It means the world to Dave, myself, Dre, and everybody that's worked really hard in less than 6 weeks to put this thing together. And we're really proud of our contributors, and we are thrilled to have people like you along for the ride. So welcome aboard.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to say to Dave,
yes, sir.
There's a terminology that we used to use in AM radio called skip. You know what I'm talking about?
Skip, oh, sure. Skip, yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's how I first heard you. When I first started trucking in '86, and it started going across the prairies from Alberta to Manitoba and into Ontario, and then they started going down in the U.S., into Denver and so on. This is where I first started hearing you. I started hearing you and Charlie Douglas on Skip late at night, going up through the Great Lakes and so on. And I thought back then, this is the coolest thing in the world. There's trucking shows down here, and I love this. And that's where I first discovered Dave Nemo. And you know, I mean, you've been out there for so many years doing so much good work and keeping guys like me company through the night, and I love it, and I thank you very much for it.
Whoa, that means so much. I'm going to stop you right there because that means so much to me personally. But I do want to do a shameless plug here. We talked about it early on this morning. It's not a reproduction, it's not a recreation, but it's a retrospective on the Road Gang itself and the way the Road Gang sounded. I started a new series last Monday called Nemo's Night Beat. Night Beat was the name of the radio program I did in Yongsan Army Air Force Base, a suburb of Seoul, Korea, during the Vietnam War. I was actually stationed in Korea, of all places, and did that. So we brought it back, and it's an hour-long show with music and comedy and some stuff that I throw in there. I think you'll like it. I hope you will. I'd love to hear from you. So it's on tonight. The next episode is tonight at 7 o'clock Central Time. What's your time? What time is it where you are right now?
Well, I'm running between Mountain Time and Pacific Time. I'm hauling cows out of southern Alberta down to Washington State. Okay. So I cross from Mountain Pacific. But I will find it, you know. So if it's on 7 Central, that'll be about 6 o'clock Mountain Time, be 5 o'clock Pacific Time. So I'll find it.
Yes, fantastic. And let me know what you think, Mike, if you don't mind.
I will.
Since you were there.
Yeah, and don't forget, you can't listen to it on YouTube because of the music rights situation, but you can hear it on iHeart. You can hear it on Odyssey, correct, Dave?
Odyssey, iHeart, Alexa. You can say, Alexa, play Nemo's Night Beat. I can't believe I'm saying that. Or RadioNemo.com is where I listen.
Yeah, you could hear it there,
yeah,
too.
RadioNemo.com.
Okay, I will dig it up. I mean, because you have been such a wonderful source of entertainment.
So I interrupted you, so I'm going to keep talking.
You've got some other stuff you want to say. We want to make sure you breathe into it, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, the interprovincial trade across Canada and so on. That is a serious issue. And to a degree, Jimmy, you're right about, centralizing everything. The Canadian government centralizing everything, making it a stronger force, economic force, and so on. But I mean, every province up here, sort of has their distinct way of doing things, and under the Charter of Rights, each province has control over mineral rights and so on and so forth. And so, I don't think provinces would be gung ho to give up certain rights, but the harmonization of interprovincial trade and so on and so forth, and that goes right down to truck weights, axle bridgings and infrastructure and so on and so forth. That's a win-win situation if every province can agree, yeah, here's the standard that we need to set across as far as trucking is concerned, driver qualifications, because as Joan was talking about driving in the mountains as opposed to driving in other parts of Canada, I mean, it's different ball games, different, geographies and so on and so forth. So that needs to be centralized and standardized. The actual trade itself between provinces of goods and so on, those barriers need to come down, because you can't sell Ontario wine out in Alberta, and you can't sell British Columbia wine in Ontario, and you can't sell this product here and that product there, and it's a bunch of crap as far as I'm concerned. But it's a protectionism thing for each province. But the sooner we can get those barriers down, and the sooner we can harmonize, yes, we will have a stronger economy in Canada, a centralized economy. But as Jimmy also said earlier in the conversation too, I mean, our biggest trading partner is Canada, right? And we hear a lot about the auto sector. I'm in the agriculture sector, and the way the agriculture sector is linked between the U.S. and Canada, I would almost be hesitant to say it's bigger than the auto sector, because, the bulk ag products that go down in the United States, the beef that goes down, how the U.S. puts value-added goods onto it and process it and so on, sends it back to Canada. It's all interlinked, right? And so as Canada becoming a stronger nation provincially, border to border across, I think that would even strengthen us to be a better trading partner with the United States, and allow the United States to realize, Canada is our number one ally, and vice versa. And that's the 2 cents I wanted to get across about that.
By the way, my brother, you are welcome to call anytime. You know me. Often people will call and they'll have an opinion, and one of the ways I honor people's opinion is by telling them when I disagree with them. There is nothing that you have said that I disagree with. I think that's a spectacular analysis, and I think the nervousness and the trepidation of Canadians to give up what is unique and wonderful about their identities might make this a doable thing, in the sense that they might be able, and since it seems to be coming from the provinces, which is where that's so important, that it isn't the central government, isn't the federal government saying we're going to do this. It is the provinces acting as one to say we need to work out something that allows the central government to take over some of these responsibilities, to actually create more freedom for their citizens, because the ability to move goods and services and keep them cheap across borders often is a way of helping those who have a little bit less be able to afford the things that they need. I think what you're talking about is a grand vision that also allows Canadian identity from province to province stay intact. Did I kind of get that right of what you're talking about here?
No, you hit it right on the nose. It's just like you take states like New Orleans and New York, right? They're all part of the United States, but each state is different. Each state is unique, like California compared to Nebraska. They all have their own uniqueness about them, and you can't take that away from them. And, trade barriers and so on is not going to take that away. It's only going to enhance the uniqueness of each individual jurisdiction.
I mentioned earlier, a little bit earlier, that they did a survey, and 46% of Americans said they'd rather have a centralized government than the United States of America. And my first thought was, whoa, does that mean Louisiana will lose our parishes?
Oh, by the way, Mike, it's good to talk to you. Our good friend Louis Pugh has actually broken away from the halls of Congress to join us, so we're going to tell you thank you. You are welcome to call anytime that you are free. Thank you so much, my friend.
Really
God
great
bless,
to
guys.
meet you.
Take care.
Thank you so much.
Quality phone call, matching a lot of the
really made
great
me
quality
feel
comments.
good.
We get quality phone calls here.
Yeah.
We are proud of our phone calls here. We're proud of our friends, and they are our friends.
Mm-hmm.
We have so many people out there who make a difference. Speaking of friends who make a difference, Louis Pugh, as our good friend Lindsay Laura would say, pew, 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 pew. Louis and I, by the way, Dave, are going to cut a wrestling video together at some point. We're going to make it happen. We should have, you know what, Louis, I realized, you know who Dave would do a good job playing? Reeser Bowden.
Who's that?
Reeser Bowden. He'd be a great Reeser Bowden.
Reeser Bowden.
Just to have Dave Nemo say, we're going to open up both sides of the downtown municipal auditorium for this one. Hey, Louis, how you doing, man? What are you doing?
I'm good. I'm doing great. Yourself?
We're having a great show this morning, and we were only sad because we thought you couldn't make it, but we know you're busy as all hell, and the fact that you are here, we are going to celebrate the fact that, not that you're late for the party, but that you made it at all. It's good to have you, man. How's D.C. treating you?
Oh, good so far. It's not too crazy hot yet, and just been doing some meetings and stuff. So, yeah, I apologize that we're late on here, but we made it. We got held up a little bit. Things went a little longer than we thought.
That's the story of Washington, though. It's like once you realize why people are running late, because they're doing the job. I mean, that's the thing is you've got to make sure that you
It's
twist.
a wonderful reason to be late.
Yeah, twist every arm. And by the way, let me ask you. So as you get ready for your, to be the man with the plan. Talk about what it's like to have to set up for this. I mean, I know you practice what you're going to say, but how do you kind of lay the groundwork for what you're going to say to these folks?
I mean, we have meetings here, though, internally deciding what issues we want to press and push and kind of how, and then we it's kind of a group thing. We write my opening comments, we get that wrote, and we pass it around through quite a few people and look at it and tweak it and everything to come out with what we feel is a good final product. And so I practice and work on that. And then I also have a whole bunch. We meet with staff in here in DC prior to, just so they kind of give them who we are, what our issues are, what our concerns are. Try to help get some questions planted to be asked to get on public record. And then also, I just study some stuff that they give me that we have to, bone up on what the committee has oversight on.
I wanted to give a follow-up, and then Dave's got a question for you because he's itching to get in the conversation. So there's a lot of stuff that you got to kind of have to cover. Where do you see it as a place of least resistance to get the stuff that's on that agenda, that 9-item list done, and where do you see the place where there's still a little bit of lifting to be done?
Well, I mean, of course, the 9-item list came from FMCSA, and that's their thing. I mean, I think what we're going to really try to put home here is the fact that FMCSA is finally doing the right thing and listening to what truckers are telling them to help them with safety. That's where this 9 list came from, is from, our members, OIDA, stuff we've been asking for years. And they're finally listening to real truck drivers. I think they figured out those are the people, because all these other things they've been doing for safety hasn't worked. So maybe it's time to start listening to people who do the job. So that's what they're doing, and my hat's off to them. We're going to point that out. We're also going to be point out the fact now it's time for Congress to start taking that approach of reaching out, of listening to truckers more, and acting on things that truckers are asking for and wanting. I mean, I'm going to say tomorrow, this could be, we're going into highway bill time, highway bill authorization, that's what this is all about. We're going into a time where Congress has the opportunity to make the best pro-trucker highway bill ever, which would equal the best highway safety in the future we ever had, because you're listening to the men and women who run up and down the road, who are on the front lines and understand how it takes to be highway safety. So, we're going to talk about issues, but that's one thing I'm going to really hit on in my opening statement. Listen to the truckers.
It seems as if, Louis, this is Dave, and thank you so
In
much.
case you didn't know.
Of course. I didn't know. When did you start there?
Oh, I just been hanging around here. I saw a sign on the door, and I just walked in.
Well, we signed him to a 6-month contract. It's a cautionary, probationary kind of process, but maybe he'll cut it here. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see if this guy can learn what he's doing.
Okay, so we have trucks and we have truck drivers, and we're there. But we also have people who have been affected by trucks and truck drivers and the safety groups, or I kind of say the so-called safety groups because they have agendas and they have their own impetus. Your kid gets killed in an accident, and it's by a truck driver that was on drugs. Okay, and you start a group. Man, God bless you, and more power to you. That's fantastic. But in this case, it seems to me like the general gist of what people think about truck drivers. And we've already forgotten. Look, remember 9/11 when the flags came up? How long did they last, right? They were gone in 3 weeks or something. All right, so the whole thing about COVID, truckers, that lasted for 30 minutes, right? It's gone.
Yep.
So now the trucks are the big bad people who are crazy. They're going too fast. They're in these huge things, and we have no control over them. That's the perception. And so you have people who will feed on that perception in Washington. So who is on your coattails following you around those halls with the opposing viewpoint?
Yeah, who's fighting this? I mean, the
Yeah.
thing is, it seems like there's a real momentum here. We've always talked about the 5-yard line, Louis, and for the first time, I really feel like it's first and goal from the inch. And you know what I'm talking about there. What is the last line of defense to stop us from kind of plunging through and actually spiking the football? I know you never count your chickens before they hatch or count your milk before it spills. So I got that cow reference in there for you, Louis.
Yeah.
But tell us, I mean, where is there any pushback coming with this marvelous agenda for trucking?
Yeah, I mean, we've always got pushback, of course, and unfortunately, I mean, we're still going to have the same folks. And it's, the thing with OIDA is and I mean, it's just politicians, it's not just OIDA, it's everybody. On some of these issues, we're going to be aligned with the safety advocates and ATA or Teamsters or whoever. And some of these other things, we're going to be enemies on them. So, it's always the same cast of characters, I guess, whether it's the American Trucking Association on certain things or the safety advocates on certain things or Teamsters or whatever. And again, it just depends on the issue of who or what we're fighting against or and unfortunately. And, what's great is when we can all agree on something because that's always usually a win in a home run. But, unfortunately, sometimes everybody represents different people for different reasons. I like to think we represent the real men and women driving the truck. We represent the real men and women who own the trucks, the small people, the people out there who are working hard and don't have a voice. And I shouldn't say I like to think that. I know that's who we represent. That's where I came from. That's what I was, and that's what I take to Washington. I'm not the smartest guy on the hill by any means or anything. I got a vocational school education, but I go up to Capitol Hill, that's why America's the greatest country in the world. Some kid with vocational school has the opportunity to go to Capitol Hill and talk about his industry, the industry that he loves, the industry that made him successful and he was successful in, and explain why these things are good or why these things are bad. And then it's up to lawmakers to make their own decisions from that. But I like to feel where we really make a difference is the lawmakers know that I'm just a kid with a vocational school education, and I'm not trying to tell them a bunch of fluff. I'm telling them the truth and how it is, and that's what I do. I give my real opinion and my real thing. I'm not paid by it, to be up there telling people stuff that I don't know about or never did.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to tell you something else, Louis. The biggest reason I'm excited for this, and this is me editorializing a little bit, is for forever and a day, everybody else has got a chance to prove how their policies might work because they've gotten a chance to show what they can do. If, in fact, this stuff goes through, Dave, if, in fact, a lot of this happens, you will finally be able to say, hey, We've tried it your way. We've done a million permutations of this hour of service and this parking policy and this speed limiter idea and that thing. Let's try it our way. And you guys are going to get a chance to show them and prove to them that this might be the safest route forward, not just for truckers, but everybody on the road, right?
Yeah, and that's the whole problem, because these days, when it comes to our way, they've never really done it our way. So we don't have any research, because that's what they always trip over. Well, where's the data? Where's the study? Where's the research? Well, you can't have data or research if you've never tried it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's like, I tell you what, let us get a little data going, and then you can prove us wrong, right? Exactly.
But we do have data showing that what we're doing now doesn't work. There's plenty of data showing what we are doing now and what we've been doing.
So let's do the same thing over and over again, and we'll get that different result.
What is it?
Yeah.
What's the great line? You've led. The only two options left for you guys is to follow or get out of the way, and that's just kind of where you guys are at, right?
Right, 100%.
Tomorrow is the day for the hearing?
Yes, sir. Tomorrow morning at
10 o'clock
Eastern time.
Yeah.
And if you happen to get on a plane, Louis, after that and come down to New Orleans and get a little gumbo, nobody will be angry at you. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'd love to, but I got other meetings afterwards.
Hey, you're in D.C. You know how
meetings on Wednesday too.
You know how that city is laid out and how weird Washington is. Justin Wilson used to say that the man who laid out Washington D.C. laid out New Orleans. He was on the same drunk when he laid them both out.
Good point.
Louis, we love you. Thank you for making the time for us this morning. The Vice President of OIDA has joined us, of OOIDA. It's lean and mean and on the scene, and he's going to give him a bit of that Buckeye tomorrow. Thank you, Louis.
Hey, that's right, and thank you. And thanks to all the truckers out there. Be safe, and we sure appreciate what you all do.
Do I have time to tell one joke?
I just want to say hello to Lisa. She just started listening today. She's going to go back and hear what she missed. I usually listen after the fact, but I comment as I listen, so I check it out. I most likely will participate that way rather than call. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa. How much time do I have to tell a joke?
A minute and a half.
Oh, I do? Okay, great. Fantastic. Here we go. So this is a joke, and you got to let me get through it, Dave, okay? Because it's good stuff. I heard the longer Shaggy Dog Forum version of it, but everybody will get this joke, even if you're not from these countries. So a Brit, a Welshman, and a Pakistani are all in a hospital waiting room, and they are waiting for their children to be born. And they're excited, which means it's their first child. They haven't got that cynical stuff going on in their brain yet. And the doctor walks out and said, "We've made a terrible mistake. We have mixed up the 3 children, and we don't know which one is which." Now, because it's a joke, they don't sue or get DNA tested. It's how they'll figure it out amongst themselves. So the British man, as is his right, goes in first. He actually gets to go in first because he's in alphabetical order. And he comes out holding what is obviously the Pakistani child. And the Pakistani guy goes, what are you doing? That's obviously my child. He says, "Let me tell you something. There are 2 white children in there, and one is Welsh, and I won't take that chance."
Oh, my God.
You like that?
I got it.
You think for a moment he's going in a bad place with this. Turns out I went to a good place with that. Hey, guys, this has been Nemo Nation. This has been terrific, Dave, by the way. Marshall says it's proof that ELDs didn't improve safety. Accident rates went up, not down. Did give him a lot of data, though, to kind of spy on you. Mm-hmm. That's my most paranoid comment of the day. Great show, Dave.
Joe Phillips' dad said, "If you know how, you'll always have a job. If you know why, you'll always be the boss." That's my takeaway. I don't know nothing.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dre.
Thank you, everybody.